Welcome back to what is probably, most likely, most interestingly, the match everyone wants to see. This is China versus Ukraine. And very, very excited about this because both teams are very strong. China are the favorites. They're one of the strongest chess nations out there. But the Ukraine have such characters and brilliant geniuses as Ivanchuk, who we're going to have on the camera. You can count your lucky stars. We're going to see Chucky. So, Ivanka, what do you think is going to happen in this match? It's going. I reckon it's going to be closer than people think. Would you agree?
My heart wants it to be super close because I want a repeat of that Armageddon. My brain is telling me it might be a rollover. The Chinese
Really?
steam over the Ukraine. Yeah, it's a very strong team. You know, you have Wen Jun, you have Liren playing. I mean, it's just, this is the dream team for them. Ukraine have also got a very strong team, but they're missing the Mozichuk sisters, and that is going to cost them, I think.
I know one of the Anna has been commentating on this event a lot. So, are we saying that we stole the commentators and now it's going to affect Ukraine's performance? That's not very nice. Chess.com, get your act together. Priorities. Let the poor girls play. So.
But I think it will cost them because without the Mozichuks, I mean, they have Inna Gapanenko and another, but I think it will be a struggle. The Chinese girls are very strong.
Yes, they are. I mean, they're an incredibly good team. I mean, the thing about China as well is they have this amazing team spirit, don't they? It's known they often work together. They seem to be very good mentally. They don't crack, and they've won the actual Olympiad before. So they've been there. I'm just trying to think, have Ukraine won the Olympiad before? I kind of seem to think they might have done in the last 20 years, but I can't remember when. Maybe someone in the chat can tell us if Ukraine have ever won the Olympiad. Can you remember them winning, Ivanka?
I can remember them being up on the podium, both the men and the women. I can't remember them winning for that. I don't have the best memory. So we have some games.
We do. We have some moves, and it's quite funny you saying you don't have the best memory. My memory is terrible, even though we're both quite strong chess players, Grandmaster and I am. People assume we've got super memories. No. But anyway, let's have a look. So this is Ding Liren with the white pieces against Chucky, the legendary Ivanchuk, and this is the game I think most of us really want to see. We can see the moves being played out. It's a Queen's Indian.
Yes.
B3 is the old main line, isn't it, really? Ivanka, there's more trendy moves that white can play.
Yeah, but B3 is the most natural move. I mean, I learned that one because all the moves are quite very natural. You can either go knight C3, you can go bishop C3. It all depends on what setup Black chooses. Black he can choose to play immediately D5, which is a very popular move these days. And white has a choice to either play very sharply and just ignore that pawn, or actually just take on D5 and play a very fixed structure in the center. Also, Black can play C6 and D5. That was popular a few years ago. And again, white has his choice for playing either bishop C3 or knight C3 and preparing E4. So yeah, I'm curious to see what will be played. I suspect D5. D5 is, oh no.
It's castled. Keeping
it flexible, yeah.
Yeah. We've just been told, thank you, Frisky Frog. Nice little name. Didn't know frogs got frisky, but oh well. He's told us that Ukraine won in 2004 and 2010. I'm assuming that's correct. So that's pretty... I do remember them winning, actually, in some rook ending, I'm sure. It was and it went right down to the last game. So they're both incredibly strong chess nations. I mean, Ding Liren was supposed to be, is maybe, one of the main contenders for Magnus's crown, but he hasn't really performed as well as he may have hoped in the candidates, but he's a blooming good player. Ivanchuk is a guy that they say all the top players really appreciate and call a genius. So when your contemporaries are calling you a genius player, you probably are a genius, and he is a genius. So it's a very interesting match. I mean, it's quite funny to see Ivanchuk's rating on Chess.com is 2354. So I'm higher rated than Ivanchuk, which is
but
nice.
It's a bit skewed, that Chess.com rating. Apologies, because I remember the very first game I played on, they started with my real rating, and then I played a grandmaster who was rated 1800, and I lost, and then down to 1600. I was like,
1600, yeah. I mean, obviously they're not Elo Grays are using. It's their Chess.com ratings, which will change. But we now are going back to the game of Ivanka, and you're right, D5 has been played, and this solid approach.
It's a solid approach, and okay, if White wants to take risks, then Queen C2. If White wants to play it a little bit more kind of like with a slight positional edge, then C takes D5 is the way to play.
He's played C takes D5. And this is quite a classical position with both colours. I mean, Black often tries to play C5 at some moment, and then it sort of depends whether Black's pawns on these squares are weak or strong. The reason I think White's better here is because the bishop on G2, and the bishop on G2 is a very nice piece, gives quite a bit of pressure against D5, and Black's bishop on B7 is kind of at the moment, and for often a lot of the game, a defensive piece. So it depends really if C5 is going to work well, if Chucky can get active.
Yeah, you can have a choice, but Black can play for C5. You can also play in a little bit more solid way with knight A6, C6, knight C7, move the knight to E6, and then then play for very controlled C5. Sometimes White will play bishop F4. Sometimes White will actually play bishop C1, which looks a bit strange, but the bishop will reroute itself to B2, and then a knight support a knight coming into E5. So, it's a positional game, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, well, should we catch up on the other board? So, I mean, it is a positional game, not too much to report, and we'll go down the list. So the next one is Corobov, and Anton Corobov is he's a really strong and talented player, and that's why I'm kind of thinking, Ukraine have a chance with the likes of Corobov and obviously Chucky. But Wei Yi is just good as well. And we can blast through the opening moves. Corobov has the advantage of the white pieces. It's a queen's gambit. And now this capture on D5 is one of the reasons actually Black doesn't put the knight here sometimes. Knight takes is a very rare response. And this allows White to gain the center. And now C5 is kind of like a Grunfeld, where Black is trying to attack the center, but White, it's always considered, has an advantage because he has the center. This stops any bishop B4.
B4, yeah. It's a kind of new idea, I think. I mean,
it is, yeah. And now E5 is interesting because after D5, White's pawn structure is certainly very nice, protected past pawn, but Black is very solid as well. And we just now get to the current position, both sides developing very naturally. This is a normal maneuver, bringing the knight around. Now stopping something coming to A4 and A5 being played. This is where we're at, Ivanka. So what do we think here?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so familiar with these positions. So it's difficult to kind of make a snap assessment, but it does look like Black doesn't have any problems with development. And that's always a good thing because the plan is quite clear cut. Just put a rook on the C line. There's that potential for F5, but I'm not sure what I'm going to risk that just yet. And again, White doesn't have any problems with development either. But I think the position is quite balanced. I think it's quite level.
I think it's quite level. I mean, structure-wise, this pawn later on can be extremely strong. Yeah. But at the moment, the problem White has is that his pieces are rather clumsy. I really want to play knight c4. I mean, this is the move that you want to play. The knight's quite well placed there. Maybe I can swap the bishop, get bishop to a3. But, the knight on c5, fantastic piece. It's attacking e4, so I can't move my knight. And I need to sort of think about where I'm going to put these guys on d2 and c1. If I can get my knight to c4 and start playing bishop to a3, I think I prefer White, actually, structurally. But as you say, Black doesn't have any weaknesses. Black's fully developed. Black can't be doing badly.
The thing is that if I look at the times, Corobov has 14 minutes to Wei Yi's 11. So I'm thinking, okay, this is Korobov's prep. So then that leads me to nudge towards the white side, just on that basis as well.
It's quite interesting, Ivanka, because we see the computer bar, and the computer bar, surprisingly to me anyway, slightly favors Black in this position, and I'm thinking why, but it really doesn't. I don't see that, but you have to really go with your gut instinct as well. You can't always rely on computers. And I know a lot of top players, and even Magnus Carlsen does this. He will play positions which the computer doesn't always agree with, but he likes those positions and he understands them, and he knows the long-term, like, let's say, potential of the position. So you don't just rely on the computer. Please don't. It's one of the worst ways to improve as a chess player. We've got to look at the computer, but I don't know. What do you find? Do you use the computer a lot when you're preparing, Ivanka?
I've avoided using the computer, but I'm now working with someone who does use a lot of the computer and does firmly believe in it. So,
can I ask you?
But he's like you. He says you have to understand it. You can't just go, okay, I'm just going to choose what the computer's saying. You have to understand what threats are. You have to understand exactly what you're doing. And again, keeping things simple, keeping things human. And again, I love this philosophy of that you don't have to be a genius. You should play positions where you don't have to play like a 2800 to win, even though it could potentially be dead winning. But if you choose a simple option where all your pieces are working harmoniously, then it's good.
Yeah. We'll go to Ho Yifang. I was going to ask you who your coach is, but maybe it's a secret. I'm just being nosy, really. I'm just wondering who your coach is. I mean, I don't think I've ever had a coach, which is funny.
Well, I didn't really have a coach either. But I thought, with all these women's tournaments, I thought, come on, you need to do something. You need to make.
So you're going to let the cat out the bag? Who it is? Or you're going to? Is it a secret?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet. I haven't done any results that merit public mention.
Yeah, I'm interested. Okay, so next game, Ho Yifang versus Gapanenko. Sorry, went with a line that was actually very popular in the World Championships between, Fabiano had played a white side of this against Magnus Carlsen, the famous World Championships which ended in all draws. And this bishop b5 was a move that Fabiano started playing. And this structure is one that Magnus really quite enjoyed playing with black. And he even started playing this structure that black has with the white pieces, playing the English opening as well. And both sides now continue their development, standard fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very normal idea to often bring the knight towards the center of the d4 square, but also just control things with bishop e3, and now queen d2, trying to swap off the bishop in some cases. So black stops that. White now castles, and here white's plan, knight h2, getting ready to play f4 and going for this. We see the knight maneuver take place. White plays. Both sides really doing their own plans here, aren't they, Ivanka? White's going f4. Black's doing what black wants to do. So they're doing their kind of separate kind of plans. But this is all theory. Rook takes. And now I believe this is the idea that Magnus Carlsen played. And the idea is g5. This is something that he started to do with the point of bringing the knight to g6. And a very aggressive system for black. Magnus also castled queenside in these positions in that famous World Championship match. And actually, in the couple of games we did have this against Fabiano, he came much closer to winning with black than nearly any of the other games. Dynamic position, Ivanka?
Yeah, dynamic position, and I can see by the clock times that this is Gapanenko's prep. She looks very comfortable as well on camera. So yeah. This is always a good sign. It's always like a little moral victory when you feel like you've got someone into your prep.
Certainly. So I'm so far I'm thinking, okay, it's not going that badly for you.
No, yeah. Well, they're very strong players, so I would be surprised if they would be lost out of the opening. But
yes, they're getting their prep in anyway. On the other hand, now White's also trying some ideas with the knight coming in. This is all building up nicely for a fantastic match.
Yes.
Okay, we've got 3 boards to look at. Now, the next one, quite a dry position. This is Sokova versus Wen Jun. And again, both very strong female players. So I imagine you've played these people, and we got...
Yeah, I've played Wen Jun twice, and Natalia maybe just once or twice. Not too many. But yeah, I know them. I know these people. I know these women quite well. So yeah.
And we now get this idea where white takes here, going for a small advantage. For example, if black now took back with a pawn, you could have the same structure that we're seeing in Ivanchuk's game, or similar structure.
Yeah.
But instead of doing this, black takes with the c pawn. So very symmetrical position, meaning that neither side is taking much risk. And we'll just go to the current thing. Obviously, symmetrical positions much more likely to be a draw.
I think this one is going to fizzle out into a draw. It's
looking that way. I mean, there's always play left in the position, but it's very symmetrical. Looks like it should be a draw.
It's too symmetrical, especially with the rooks off, because you have to have some kind of pressure on the rooks. It's very difficult with the minor pieces to do something. Rook takes rook, and then
it's obviously an equal position, isn't it? I mean,
it's equal position. I think it will be a draw, and perhaps Wen Jun will try with the white pieces.
I mean, I always prefer playing white in these positions because of this bishop on b7. And I think a lot of people think there is still a little bit of danger because the bishop is not very good here. White's bishop much better. And now there's the open file. So I don't think it's completely over, but it's maybe slightly better for white. I mean, you can always go b3 to stop a knight coming to c4, stop this kind of thing. And you may be able to go f3 later. I'd certainly rather be white if I had to pick a side here. That's for sure.
I mean, white can push. But I mean, this bishop on b7, yes, it's true, it's really bad, but it's a brilliant defender. You just go knight b6, and of course you don't let the queen penetrate into c7. That would not be great. Knight b6, or maybe even, I've even seen things where you go knight b8 to knight c6, but that's probably too slow at the minute here. But and then it's just simply.
I don't know. I mean, it should be equalish, but. It's a bit easier,
White can choose to make black's life a little difficult.
Yeah. Okay, 2 more games to go. So everything pretty even at the moment. And this one is Jan Li versus Kirill Shevchenko.
Now, incidentally, Shevchenko had an amazing run in the top division. He scored 6 out of 6. He beat everyone, Simon.
Oh, really? So he's the star Ukrainian player at the moment.
He was definitely the star. And you have to remember, actually, that when China lost to India in the top division, it was because Yang Liu lost to Pragananda.
Right. So this could be one game where Ukraine want to try to get some points on the board. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a walkover. I mean, I'm just saying I think Ukraine are going to really give China a very tough match. They've got some real class, experienced players. This one is also looking quite tactical and interesting already, Ivanka, after this King's Indian start to the game. H3 just been played.
Yes, it's from the G3 King's Indian, right? So, then it all hinges on this knight on A5. White is trying to say that this knight on A5 is just bad, and then just ignore it and just push on in the center with the space.
It's funny, you talk about this knight, Ivanka. When I've played the King's Indian, it took me a while to understand. I sort of played these moves. I got B5 in, and I thought, I'm making great progress on the queen side. But this knight, it can never really go anywhere. You're not really ever going to come here. And now the other knight's joined in, but this knight can't really get back in the game. I mean, it'd love to get to the center of the board, but you just can't get there. So it really, you pointed out one of the main problems straight away there with the structure.
It was actually a book that I read. I was struggling with this position for a long time. And then this book just goes, and literally it dismissed this line in one move, in one line. It just said, well, their knight on A5 is bad, make it bad, set up your pieces like this, and then push for that. And I was like, oh.
Yeah. Simple.
I'll do that then.
Nice, simple plan. So, but the other thing is black is quite dynamic now. And I like this kind of move here because black's now got some intentions of possibly starting kingside play. You could even think about bishop d4 with knight takes g3 ideas. You can maybe bring your queen over to g5. With the rook on e8, black's getting ready to try and create counterplay. King's Indian players, this is Shevchenko, are generally very active players. They want to go for it. So this kind of position is going to get, again, very exciting.
Yeah, an interesting point again. The times. Let's look at the times. All the Chinese players we've seen are really low on time.
Wow.
Now, here's a serious difference of 5 minutes.
It is. Yeah. Okay, so the last game, and then we go back to Chucky. The last game is this game here. And this is between, I don't know these players, I have to say, Ivanka. Do you know the 2 players here? Sometimes
No, I don't actually. it's quite funny with the Chinese players because sometimes you won't really hear of any of these players until they play in like in the Women's World Championship, and then they do amazingly well, and then you take notice.
Yeah.
So I've never heard of this Kai Ning, I'm afraid, and I don't know Maria Bendick so well.
No. And again, a position here which looks very in balance. All the openings so far look balanced. Black's going for a light square strategy, so nice control of the light squares. But structurally speaking, if you look at the pawn structure, White has the better pawn structure. C7 could be weak. B4 could be a bit overextended. So the sort of trades off positionally, which probably lead to it being dynamically equal at the moment. Yeah. Should we go and have a look at Chucky? Can we have a look at Chucky?
Let's go there. Let's go there and see what positional maneuverings we have here.
Okay, so the last time we looked was after bishop c8, and now the knight came straight into e5, and this is one of the issues that Black has, this bishop. Knight a6, so a plan Ivanchuk mentioned, this knight wants to centralize itself. Bishop f4, and now rook e8, rook c1, half open file to play on. h6, h4. This is stopping any g5 nonsense. Bishop to f8, nice and solid. E3, and now c5. So c5 does eventually come. Rook to e1, just preparing. And now Chucky decides to capture here, with the idea of maybe bringing a piece to c5. So White recaptures. The knight comes to c7. So we have another symmetrical position. And Ivanchuk, it's this. You're finding some lovely maneuvers, and
this is just. I've had it done to me.
You understand chess so well. You like.
I can't claim credit for what my opponents do to me. So we can see Chucky on the webcam. I love this.
I love Chucky on the web. Everyone loves a bit of Chucky action, don't they? I mean, the guy's such a individual character.
Yeah.
Couple more moves. Bishop b5, knight g4, knight f4. This is where we currently stand. And it's so important when you're trying to learn an opening. I think so many people, like, you guys watching at home, lots of people do it wrong. They get an opening book, they learn the first 10 moves, then they get into the middle game. They don't know what to do in the middle game because opening books don't always tell you that. And as Ivanchuk has pointed out, it's much more important actually to know your middle game plans, what you should be doing with each of your pieces. And Ivanchuk pointing out that rather than putting this knight on somewhere like d7, knowing this maneuver of putting it on this nice central square is going to improve your results immediately. So try to understand the concepts of a position rather than, should we say, the individual moves. I think it's so important.
I want to put a caveat into that one because this works for very quiet classical openings. If you choose to play some hacking attack and the open Sicilian, buddy, you gotta know your moves.
Yeah,
there's nothing for it. You got to memorize it all. So yeah,
I think picking your openings, Ivanchuk, it often depends on how much time you have to learn stuff. Even your age, I would say. I mean, maybe this is just my opinion. What positions you like going for? Because obviously, if you don't want a tactical game, you shouldn't play the open Sicilian. You should play like the Berlin or whatever. And if you like me, you're getting a bit lazy and you can't be bothered to do much work at your chess, you shouldn't be playing the open Sicilian because you have to, in some openings, memorize stuff. You should be playing something a lot more quiet. So I think it really does depend on lots of situations, what openings you should play to understand them.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. But on the whole, you should generally know what is your ideal position, what are your best piece configurations, and the pawn structure, what you're going for. So it's always good. And definitely choose your openings correctly because, if you're a lazy player, don't play lines that need long memorization.
No, don't. It's we'll see if you've got bad memory. Don't do that either. So, knight to f4 played. This seems pretty evenish.
This does seem quite even, and
at the moment, not too much. Go
down, and I'll have a look at Corobov against Wei Yu.
Oh, so we should just go over the moves. So how did White get his pieces out? Where he went bishop b2. And now he went rook a3. Interesting idea. Swinger. I love the old rook swingers. But Black's getting quite active, gaining the bishop pair. Got the c file.
I'm not quite sure how important that bishop pair is, because when you look at this bishop on d6, it's not all that. Okay, so
rook b3. Otherwise, there could have been some problems there for white, but
Yes.
it suddenly looked quite bad for white. But he had this rook b3. We've got opposite coloured bishops now, which we've mentioned before. It does make the chances of a draw higher. You can tell that we've got all the Ukrainian players on camera so far. I don't know if that's because our producer thinks they're going to get knocked out quicker. Am I allowed to say that? No, I don't know. Give them some face time, while they're still here.
Oh, I mean, I think they're a lot more. They have a look at them. They're concentrating, quite expression. This is the thing with the Chinese players. They're so calm. They're so calm. You can't, and so like they control their emotions so well. It's absolutely beautiful to see. I never see anyone get like visibly upset if they make a blunder. They just carry on, and I think this saves them so many points.
They're very calm customers, and
calm, cool and collecting, and very good calculators as well.
Yeah, but the Ukrainians are very expressive, aren't they? I mean, you got Ivanchuk. Corobov is like a bit of a character as well. He's certainly a character, isn't he?
He's great. He's absolutely
yeah.
I would check out some of his interviews if you want some comedy.
I you know what, I've never really met Corobov, but I know Fiona is good friends with Corobov, and I love watching some of these interviews. The best interview I've ever seen. Did you ever see that one with Ivan Sokolov after he lost a position against? It was against Nakamura, and he basically the interview lasted about 10 seconds, and he was asked, what do you think of that game? And his response was, and I'll try to do this in my best Ivan accent, which is going to be terrible. He said, "If I do not kill myself today, I will live 1,000 years." And then he just walks off. You've got to check that interview out. I don't know if you can Korobov beat that one?
Yes, he can.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Against we did an interview with Susan Polgar. It was brilliant. Everything that he said, he just had a negative answer to everything. He interrupted her, and then like interrupted her questions with some like depressing question. It was brilliant.
So is he the Gorm of the Gorm of the
No. But it was done in a beautiful way. That was the thing, with a lot of character. So
comedy value.
So let's head to the next game. Who you found against?
Okay. So far, ball 1 and 2 very even. Just so everyone knows, they don't look like there's much going on. And well, this one's really getting exciting now. We had it after knight g4. Black castles queenside. Black playing very aggressively. The knight comes in.
This is her style, actually. As a very aggressive style. She likes to play dragons as black. She's really quite a
aggressive player. And she's going for this dark square control, like Magnus Carlsen did. And it was Magnus who really showed the way in these positions. G4. White trying to clamp down. It looks like the king's a little bit weak, but if black hasn't got a pawn break, how do you open up the black king? So now the knight tries to use those dark squares, and it maneuvers itself to try and come in on those empty squares. And here, black trying to keep it all under control. The knight comes in. White getting ready to prepare to defend those squares. Maybe at some point the knight can come to f5. Knight to h4, so it gets a bit nearer to king. Queen e1, and look at this for a move. This is either a piece of brilliancy or a piece of rubbish. F5. White, Hou Yifan must have thought she'd stop this move, and black plays it anyway. How many pieces are attacking that one?
So let's work out what happens if she takes it.
Okay, so what, e take? Should we try first? Let's try e.
With one.
Okay, well, I guess bishop d5 is one move.
D5 looks good, doesn't it?
Bishop d5, and the bishops are now.
Is there anything else? Is there anything?
There might well be. Let's have a look. So what is the idea? Is there something we're missing here? Cool. It's quite a. Maybe, you know what? I think this is what Magnus did. I think it's just bishop f7. Yeah. I remember Magnus missed an f5 move against Fabiano in these positions. He could have gone f5, put the bishop on f7 in his I'm talking about the World Championship match, game 1. And I think this is a move. Again, this shows you that if you study the middle games of openings you play, you get to know the concepts. And I remember the simple idea of getting rid of that knight in that worked very well. And actually, in this position, it seems to be very dangerous. The white king is so exposed, yeah?
Yeah, no, I mean that's a fantastic move as a backward bishop move.
Amazing
I must
idea,
admit, it
isn't it?
didn't occur to me at all.
No.
So
And the
because I was
point,
like you, I was looking at the bishop 4, but bishop f7, what a move.
I know. And the point is, you take that, you destroy the pawn structure.
Yeah.
Let's just have a look at what happens. I guess if f takes, it's even worse.
I guess
G
it's
takes.
even worse, right? Bishop f7.
And now the knight is in loads of trouble. Well, as in it could be lost. What a move. What a move f5 is. This is a brilliant idea. So actually, Ho Yifang suddenly thinks I don't like that and goes, look, I'm not letting you sacrifice. I'm going to sacrifice, and plays rook takes f5.
Yeah.
Knight takes f5, and now g takes f5, and bishop f7. And
Yes.
the point of this is that she has better control over here.
Yeah.
But this looks pretty good for black. Is this going to be a big?
This looks great for
shock?
black. So I think we're looking at a potential upset.
Definitely. I mean, black must be better. Black is the exchange up. Black has a really good bishop. White's knights are just about holding things together, but they look a little bit fragile. And you can even try to now arrange some move with g4. Maybe you go queen e7 first, because if you go g4 straight away, white absolutely has to play h4. You have to keep this one closed. So one potential idea is to sort of go queen e7, threaten g4.
G4, yeah.
h4, you can take on h4. So there's a lot of ideas that black has here after king g2. What did she play? She's thinking. Time situation. Wow, where's all the time gone in these matches? It's going quick, isn't it?
I told you. This is a very deceptive time
it is.
control. You think you have a lot of time. You think, 15 minutes. And then I get a 5-second increment per move.
Yes.
Loads of time. No,
it's not a lot of time, is it?
Before you know it, 27 moves in and you've only got 2 minutes.
Yeah. So we do have a draw. And actually, Ivanka, you were totally spot on again. It was a draw in the match. And hang on a minute. It's a draw in this position. And the computer seems to think that white is winning. And combination of knight and queen. We'll just have a look at the last couple of moves. So this is the position. Yeah. So white went knight f8, king h6, knight d7, and white took a draw. But hang on a minute. The computer thinks that white is plus 10. So somehow white has completely basically...
Is it to do with queen g8? No, is there some kind of queen...
So let's have a look. So we go check, or we can't go... How do we do this? So what's the winning line here? So they agreed a draw in a winning position, I think.
Yeah, so how to get that plus 10 then? It's not immediately obvious.
No, she didn't have a lot of time, so...
Is it something to do with queen f8 and then...
I'm thinking about this and queen f8.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Queen f8 and then knight f6 check.
But if queen f8, I take on f2.
Yeah.
Oh, then we go knight f6 anyway.
Now there's knight f6. This check.
Okay, so the point is if you take here...
Then I go queen takes f7.
And then you take on f6 with an unstoppable checkmate idea.
Yeah.
So after knight f6 check, the black king would have to come to g6.
Yeah. And...
Certainly not an easy tactic, this, is it? That's for sure.
I mean, maybe we have knight e8. What about knight e8?
Yeah, queen g8, knight e8, both of these moves, just taking there. It's destroying. This is completely winning. Yeah. Mate in 7. Whoa. Mate in 7. So that was really shocking. So just to recap, there was a draw on board 2, by the way, as well. So Korobov's draw here. I told you it's going to be a close match, Ivanka. It's going to be close. Yeah. And so, but this is massive because if Sokova had found this win, and the win, as Ivanka pointed out, was rather than repeating moves, which she did, just go queen here, and knight f6 is coming. Mm-hmm. That would have been a massive result against the current women's world champion.
Women's world champion, yeah.
Yeah, massive. Okay, so there's 2 draws. Korobov on board 2 was a draw, which looked like it was going that way. Yep. Now, Wandering Knight, this is a game between, and this is the hero of the Ukrainian team, and the current position, well, he's managed to get a little bit of action over on the king side. I say the hero, Shevchenko has won every game so far. You can see him on the camera looking very confident there.
He's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up as well.
He is going to do the business here as well. And look at the times, a difference of 38 seconds against 2 minutes 23. I think...
So you know when you said it was going to be a whitewash, did you mean Ukraine were going to whitewash China? Is that what you meant? It could be. It could be a whitewash.
You know, when I make confident predictions, they always come to bite me, don't they?
Wow. I suppose one of my jobs is to remind people when things go wrong. It sounds horrible, doesn't it? So, but and I get lots of things wrong. Let's just, I want to make that clear. I mean, okay, so rook b2, because the idea in the previous position was that this kind of thing, the rook on b1 was winning, but it does look like black is a pawn up, and black has many ideas. I mean, there's some even funky stuff. Okay, rook f8, and this is getting more firepower. There's even knight g4 sort of hanging in the air here.
It does look. It looks very tempting, at least. I'm not sure it works or necessary, but certainly
tempting ideas.
Well, I mean, it does work actually in this particular position because before f3, because you have knight e3 as a discovered check.
Look at the time, but it's still 2 draws. We want to say 2 draws so far, and there's 4 games left. But Ukraine seems to be doing all right in the game. So
they seem to be you have to remember it's match points, Simon, not game points.
Exactly.
So it doesn't really matter whether they win 6-0 or 3.5, 2.5. It's game points.
That's correct. Okay, so let's. By the way, we go to the last game very quickly, and this one is actually looking good for Ukraine again. Ukraine are crushing it. So, whoa.
Oh, could we be in for a big surprise? Actually,
not that big a surprise.
Oh, it is a bigger surprise if China get knocked out.
White bishop takes because now king f3. This is just completely winning for white. Completely winning. White is 3 pawns up, and this seems to be a horrible move. I don't understand that, because you don't want to allow your opponent's king into the center. It's probably losing anyway, but at least try to force your opponent's king the other way. Maybe it doesn't matter, Ivanchuk, because after king f3, white is just completely winning. Completely winning here. Yeah, the a pawn will queen, the h pawn can queen, everything. Black king is tied down, so that is definitely a win. So I think really China have got to rely on Ding Liren. Is that right?
Well, I think they have to rely on who you found and holding things, or maybe even turning around. So let's have a look at Ding Liren against Ivanchuk and see.
Okay, here we go. So equal material, but look at Eddie the e pawn. Do. Yeah.
It's looking good, isn't it?
It's looking good. I mean, the thing in queen endings is it often doesn't matter who has the most pawns. What matters is who has the pass pawn, because the queen and pawn can support each other. And obviously the idea here is just to try and get these two. Black's probably got to rely on some perpetual check, but white is in the driving seat here, I guess. No time either. Look at Ivanchuk's time. He hasn't got any time.
But I mean, at least the plan is pretty straightforward. At least you just look at the checks.
Yes, I like that plan. Goes back to our beginner days.
But I mean, when it comes to the queen of it, I love what you said. Like, for me, it's like quality over quantity. That's what I remember.
Oh, I like it. Yes, it's not about the numbers. It's about how important they are.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ivanchuk has got no time, and of course, so Ding Liren is simply going to march his king up, because often one good kind of strategy for hiding your king from perpetual check is actually just to run with your king and either use your opponent's pawns as shields, or even use your opponent's king as a shield, because you're kind of hoping that your queen can intercept his queen check with another check. So,
I mean, as long as it's not perpetual check, and the king can probably
king, I can probably see it running all the way over to f8.
Yeah.
Opposite. It's
try to come this way, and then when black tries to check here with the king on this square, you can just queen your pawn. So I think this is actually quite easily winning. The king will escape the checks, get to f8 as you said. Yeah. So this is Ding is going to win. We do have a result. Now.
Hang on a second. Turnaround, huh?
A turnaround. Ho Yifang has turned. Well, she must have been in trouble here.
Yeah.
Let's just have a look. So king g2, black rushed with g4. I don't personally like g4. The threat is stronger than the execution. Ho Yifang closes it down, and now there's a capture here and g3.
Yeah,
it's a bit premature. This black
I
did
think
not.
It's too in excitement. She's just too excited and wants to punish her immediately. Yeah, she needed to be a lot more restrained and ask who you found some questions. So now the plan is pretty clear cut, right?
Yeah, and now this f pawn is very dangerous.
Exactly.
So black had some great chances in this game, but White now starting to take control, and now the bishop's going to have the g5 square, which is a fantastic square.
Mm-hmm.
Being the exchange down doesn't matter. White's pawns dominating, and the game finished with well, White just taking everything, literally everything, and now game over. So that was complete collapse, wasn't it, Ivanka? I mean,
it was a complete collapse. I think that was to do with emotions and just being excited that she was going to win and that she could sense that her things were going in her favor. But yeah,
you can see here this is the critical point for Black. Black played this g4 move, and you don't need to rush it. G4 is always going to be there, and as soon as White closes it down, this bishop has come into the game with threats to taking there. So it was certainly a rushed move there. And now
we have a result as well on top board, I think.
Wow, yeah, we do. He did win.
Liren has won,
As Ivanka's pointed out, the king is just going to f8 at the right moment, and it's going to be winning. This pawn will queen. There's no perpetual check here.
And we also have a result on the bottom board. That's been a victory for you.
Okay, so it's all on. Okay, let's go
so
now.
It's all on this.
All on this one. Black has to win to even the match. Yeah.
Yeah.
The hero, the Ukrainian hero.
Is winning.
He is winning. Can he win it though? He's got 12 seconds. Oh, I don't know. It's a bit scary with 12 seconds.
No, I think it's fine.
You think it's fine?
Why didn't he play Queen H1? Check.
The Queen was on.
The Queen is A2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise,
well, the threat is Queen H1 checkmate. So it always gives a thrill.
And has he escaped the checks after King C6? This is just easily winning now.
Yeah.
Easily winning.
Now
But
he has to deal with that threat. And now I think the Queen and Knight are just deadly.
Yeah, you've got Knight takes F3 if the King comes up, which is mate. I think it's just checkmate here. F4.
Oh, he's missed it. Queen H1 checkmate.
Yeah, no choice there. So, well, it was 3-all.
Stevens. Everything is gonna.
So you know what? Actually, if you look at this in retrospect, it's always easy to criticize afterwards. Kind of our job to criticize as commentators a little bit, not too much, but there was many games that went wrong. But this draw in this position, White agreed a draw against Sokova against Wen Jun, and she could have played for a win. I mean, she went for a draw here by just get the right position. Excuse me. So let's just show how it happened. The knight now just came backwards and forwards, and it ended in a draw. But what was actually missed here is in this position, White can put the queen on this square, and knight f6. Next move is going to force checkmate in the game. So if Sokova has seen that, then it may well have been a whole different story.
And also, it was a golden opportunity in the game of Gapanenko against who you fought against. Gapanenko. That was golden opportunity there. Yeah. Okay. Well, it wasn't like I thought it would be, but everything to play for in the final match.
That's right. So just to remind everyone, this is the sort of qualifier for who gets into the quarterfinal of the Chess Olympiad, who's going to be the strongest chess nation in the world. I guess America must be one of the favorites, but China are also a favorite. This match is a really key game.
Yeah.
The next round, we'll see who goes through, unless it goes to Armageddon again. Could it be another Armageddon? Maybe.
It's always going to go to Armageddon with us, isn't it?
It always is. We're always going to.
It always is. With us, it's like maximum excitement, huh?
Or maximum time commentating. I think me and Ivanka commentated once, a couple of times in Gibraltar, and what happens in Gibraltar is on the final day, if it goes to a playoff, then you have to keep commentating. And I think our commentating session got extended by about 3 extra hours when everyone else was enjoying themselves. But I'm not complaining. It was great fun.
I think the closing ceremony had even started. I think we were still going.
We're still, yeah, I know. Yeah. Yes. Is that the year we got invited to the closing ceremony? So, yeah, it was an interesting sort of event, Gibraltar. And now we are going to wait for the next round, and we're going to see what happens, who's going to go through. I'm going to go Ukraine. What do you reckon, Ivanka?
Well, judging by this performance, I have to say I've been really impressed by Ukraine. They've got in some awesome prep, and they just seem to be really, really well prepared and great form. So that's been a surprise to me. But we'll see. We'll see how things go.
Yeah.
I still think China.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna take a short break now. for 10 minutes, get ready for the next round. So we'll be back with all of the action. Who's going to go through to the quarterfinals, China or Ukraine. Stay with us to find out. Back soon. Bye. riveting stuff. We are back with this fantastic match, China versus Ukraine, one of the most eagerly anticipated matches of today, maybe of the whole Olympiad so far. They drew the first game, so if either side wins in the second match, they will go through to the quarter final. We're going to have the Chucky cam ready. We're going to see what Chucky's up to in soon time. Yep. Not even sure that's a phrase, but we'll get there. I'm getting there slowly. So Zoom time. But anyway, before we do go to the games, which are going to start quite shortly, I'm going to just throw a question at Ivanka. There's a big thing about cheating online, hence one of the reasons these guys have got cameras, even I'm sure none of the top players would cheat. Have you ever suspected, and this, let's go for over the board, so over the board tournament, anyone's cheated against you or is cheating against you, Ivanka?
Not over the board, actually. I've never ever had that. But in terms of online, yes. I played a long play match online, and I didn't suspect anything, but it was during the game. But I remember thinking, that's odd. And then when I couldn't put my finger on exactly why. I mean, so I went and I checked it with the computer, and then the computer confirmed that everything that I thought was a terrible move or not that great or just an odd move was actually top choice. And then I thought, well, that looks a bit suspicious. And yeah, it turns out that they were cheating in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like most of the time I play online now, I think my opponent's cheating. That's probably just because I'm so bad and I keep losing. I'm like, don't want to admit to it. They're a cheat. I keep losing again. No, I mean, I've had lots of instances. I mean, I've had people entitled Tuesday. I've had a lot of my long play games. I've put my YouTube channel. People had to cheat against me. Over the board, slightly different situation. I mean, I did actually get quite paranoid in a very important game that my opponent was cheating. I was trying to qualify for some competition, and his behavior was a bit weird because it was getting quite complicated, and he would just get up, and it would even be his move, or he'd be waiting there, and he'd get up and disappear to the toilet. So I thought, well, he's either got a very bad bladder problem, or he's cheating. And I didn't really want to say, oh, do you have a bladder problem, over the board? I think that'd be a little bit odd.
Yeah.
So I actually followed him to the toilet, which was also a little bit odd. And I thought I didn't actually follow him into the cubicle because that'd be really odd. But that's just going a bit too far. But I thought I'd wait outside the toilet and just see what he's up to, and then I thought he's doing this quite a lot. So I thought I'd better just tell the arbiter. And I don't know, I felt really bad doing it because it's horrible to think your opponent's cheating. It's horrible to accuse someone. And I did it very subtly. So I think if you do have your suspicions about someone, you certainly shouldn't do it in a public way. You should maybe just either keep them to yourself or bring it up very quietly with someone because you don't want to cheat.
The arbiter. I completely agree. You talk to the arbiter, transfer that onto them, and then they will do the monitoring for you. And then you don't have to think about it anymore. Completely agree with you there.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're in, Ivanka. The games
we are in.
Are off.
We are off and watching Ivanchuk against Liren. So you have to remember that Ivanchuk lost his first game, so he'll be looking at scoring.
Yes, yeah, especially with the white pieces. And they have a pretty solid Nimzo Indian. This sort of exchange on d5 has occurred again. Both sides moving quickly, so they clearly know what they're doing. Bishop d2 with, I guess, one of white's main plans in these structures is to play e4, but that's very well guarded here, so I don't think it's going to work. The other thing you can do is the normal minority attack, so you try to get your b pawn up here, which hinders black's majority of pawns. And even you can try to bring your knight around somewhere towards black's king.
I think I've even seen Magnus play like bishop a3 and bishop b4 at some stage, just to get rid of this bad bishop.
Aha, a3 and bishop b4.
Yeah, but it might not be in this variation, but it's definitely in this structure. I've seen that happen. But yeah, this bishop is a bad piece because you often get this kind of structure with a bishop on g5 in, I'd say, more standard Queen's Indian defense and Queen's Gambit defenses. But here the bishop is kind of trapped
in a bit of a dungeon behind the pawn. So you've got to think how you're going to use that piece. I mean, okay, it's a solid start. Not too much to report, except for fairly even, normal opening stage of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. Well, let's go and have a look at another board. I think we've only got 2 games started. I might need to get another link to the games, but this is another game that we have here.
This is the new board. So Shevchenko, of course, beat Yan Liu.
So he's on 7 out of 7. Is that correct?
That he is. He is absolutely
7.
rocking it.
Yeah. And which is incredible. 7 out of 7 is one big score, yeah. So if you know, and he's playing good players as well. I mean, it's not like he's playing weak players every game. He's up against some top player.
Top junior.
Okay, now just to talk about the format, because I know a lot of people are maybe waking up here on a Thursday, or maybe America's waking up. The format for the competition is 8 teams have already qualified from the top division, and they qualified for the quarterfinals. And what's happening today is sort of those teams who didn't come first in their qualifying group became second or third, and they have to do a playoff knockout round, today's round, to see if they can get into the quarterfinals. You can see all the information up on the screen there. It's 2 games, so 2 rounds against the team, one with white, one with black, unless you change players. There's lots of change of players going on. And as we saw in the last match, extremely exciting. It can even go down to a 1-game Armageddon, which was, I've never seen anything like that last Armageddon, Ivanchuk. I'm still in shock. One side, 0.3 seconds, and that was the winning side, Hungary, and their opponents, which is very sad, Germany got knocked out because they lost on time. So, wow.
Yeah. I would not have predicted that this match would go down to Armageddon, but you know, I'm open to the idea now, having seen how well Ukraine has played. So
yes, it could well be. Yeah.
So there's been a few substitutions in this match in the second game. I've noticed that Hu Yifan is not playing, and that instead in her place it's Lei Ting, which is it Lei Tingjie or is it Tang Zhongyi?
Yeah, I mean there's China have made many changes, as you said.
They've made many substitutions. And the funny thing is that they're still an amazingly strong team. I don't think there are too many teams that could just suddenly substitute anyone, you know, however they like, and it would still be, they still be the heavy favorites. I mean, here
it just shows you, doesn't it, how strong China are as a chess nation now. They're an incredibly strong chess nation, really strong. Let's just, by the way, there's one very interesting game here I've just seen, and this is between some of the substitutions. I think this is both of these players are substitutions. Is this right? So this is the only one that Ukraine made was Osmak came in, who is the full name of the player, the white pieces. But then you have Tan with black, and the position here, Ivanka, I'm just going to go through the moves. It's a London system, and the line that white played is a line actually favoured by Aman Hamilton. Aman Hamilton used this following idea in actually many games online. Now, e4 is this sort of trendy idea, when bishop e7 is actually considered the best move to get out of this one. You get a French-like structure now. But after knight to h5, you have knight to g5. And this gets quite crazy with ideas here. Bishop takes g5, queen takes h5, g6, queen e2. White has to be willing, though, to sacrifice the pawn, which black now takes. And the point behind this concept is h4. Come on, Harry Bow. Here it comes, up the board, checkmate.
Yes.
Woohoo. And this is, I remember analysing this, Ivanka, because I thought this was a very interesting idea. And like I said, Aman Hamilton is one guy who came up. His name kept coming up in this variation. But I actually thought that maybe, I think if my analysis is right, black should take on d2, which now looks completely crazy. But it's dangerous, yeah? This is a dangerous sacrifice.
It definitely looks dangerous. I mean, especially if you're caught unawares. Bishop takes knight isn't necessarily the first move I would be thinking of, because I give away all the control of the dark squares.
Yeah. I'm now actually thinking, you know, my memory, as I've said before, is not always fantastic. I mean, bishop takes knight does look completely wrong, but d takes c3. Let's just say white recaptures back, which is a normal move. Maybe you can also take the bishop. Or maybe
I was wondering what would happen if I took the bishop.
Yeah, because then you certainly open up this big file.
Right.
And black has to take on d2.
Yeah, now I'm forced to go queen takes pawn.
And you want to basically get your queen to h4 or something here. Something like this is
yeah, I'm not going to be subtle about it. Yeah, that's what I want.
No, we love these plans, don't we? I mean, we just want to get on with it. We see, bang, bang, bang.
Children do.
Exactly. There's no point messing about. Just get straight towards the king. Boom, boom, boom.
Sorry, I just had a look at the webcam. Oh, she put a jumper on. I just wondered whether she had a towel wrapped around her neck.
Where was that?
On her webcam, she just put a jumper on. I just suddenly thought that maybe
she just got out of the shower. Quick shower.
No, it's just like Rocky style or something. Do you know how they have?
Yeah, like
getting ready for that chess workout.
I mean, one plan here. Let's just put some moves on the board before we move on, because this is a very interesting position. If this occurs, we like this plan of getting the queen around here. But if you go queen h4, black can always try h5 to keep things blocked up. But I'm just wondering, if you go like king e2, are you threatening to go rook h7? This is the kind of rubbish I love looking at.
Yes, you also have rook h6 if you want to also go straight for the kill.
I mean, let's say something like knight b4, black trying to start counterplay, and now rook takes h7.
Yeah, no, rook takes h7, king takes, and then rook h1.
Well, I think queen here, because you want to go queen h6, probably. So if king to g7, we have queen h6.
Queen h6, check. So king
g8. And now this is just checkmate, rook h1. Yeah. And it's simply checkmate down the h file, yeah? I think, yeah? Yeah, it looks good. I mean, okay, a bit of a fantasy variation there, Ivanchuk, but...
did we see pawn takes? Always the case, so white...
We didn't. No, white actually decided just to take back on c3, which is a little bit strange, because there's an opportunity to open up the h-file there, which you generally think would be quite a good opportunity to do.
Yes, I'm not able to resist that one.
No, I don't think, no. Open h-file, just play it. Even if it's bad, you just play it, get the attack going. But okay, interesting position. Let's move on, shall we? There's many interesting games going on, so I'm just going to pick another random game. We've got lots to look at, and this one is another substitution. So we have the white piece of the Chinese player Zhu, and Zhu is playing against Verdnik, and we have a very interesting dragon. And I just want to look at the opening quickly, because the dragon is one of the most exciting openings, and the dragon opening, this is how Bobby Fischer used to play against the dragon. And there's a lot of sharp stuff, I think, about to happen here. White is still playing like Bobby Fischer. And now, whoa, black has gone for a sacrifice in the exchange. Does black have enough compensation here? We're going to find out. I never like putting my knight here in the dragon, because it just seems like a rubbish square for the piece.
Yeah.
But we will see. c5, knight to f8, and this is really another crazy position, yeah.
It's completely mad.
Yeah, completely bonkers, yeah. And
I mean, in a long-term game, I would really like white, actually.
Right, because it's one of those positions where if white can defend, you're just going to win because you've got the extra material.
Exactly.
But with ideas of a4 coming, and let's say, for example, take there, maybe I can even go...
I want to play queen c3.
Yeah, definitely want to play
queen
c3.
b2 checkmate. But hang on, you do have bishop d4, though.
I do have bishop d4, and this might just hold on.
It might do more.
Very tactical, very tactical. What's been played? Okay, by the way, white did take on d6. One thing is, I've noticed the Chinese players do, Ivanchuk, they're not afraid to grab pawns. You're a bit of a pawn grabber, aren't you? Is that fair to say, or am I being?
Yeah, it is fair to say. I'm guilty of that. I'm also guilty of not developing my pieces. So yeah, I've made many a chess crime in my life.
I think we've all done many a chess crime in our lives, haven't we? That's how we get better. You got to commit crimes to get better. Mm-hmm. Let's just keep that to the chess sense, I think. And queen takes d6 has been played. Yeah, okay, so maybe this is just not enough compensation for black here. another game. We'll go just catch up. We have one.
Yep.
So this is now Lee, another substitution against Gapanenko.
Yeah.
And this has started with the Queen's Gambit accepted. And it looks like China are slightly ahead on positions so far. So we kind of, if Ukraine want to do something, they're going to have to. This is very interesting. I'm trying to work out what on earth is happening here. Ukraine need to get some kind of, okay, so it's a pawn sack line.
Yeah.
Where I guess White's relying on this little bit of extra development and pressure against the position with like bishop attacking. This is an interesting pawn sacrifice. I haven't really seen this idea before.
I haven't seen it either. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to see, is it queen? I mean, because how do you continue at you? I understand you have bishop takes g7 as your main trump.
Sure. Yeah, it's not easy to see what White's next move is, right?
Right, so. Because any e4s are going to be met with d4. Okay, but so let's develop.
Yeah.
So is always good. Maybe
I
queen
guess
c2.
Queen c2. I'm wondering if black. Oh well, then you've got knight b4 and also c4.
Knight b4 is a problem. So
yeah, you don't really want to lose this bishop, do you? So,
no. Okay, so
maybe queen e2 even.
E2 then.
And this would put some pressure and create a threat as well.
Right.
And the thing is, black's got to get castled, and I'm not sure how black's get. Eventually, black will. If black ever moves the bishop, you take on g7. So it's going to take a couple of moves for black to get castled, and it sort of depends here if c4 is a move or not. If black can play c4, it might be all right for black, but otherwise it's probably very bad. So let's have a look. So c4.
Let's have a look.
And now, do we just go bishop c2 and say so what?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Keep the tension on, because now e4 is
probably
going to be
stronger.
Dangerous, right?
Yeah. And we can also put a rook on d1 first before playing this.
Exactly, yeah.
So this
is
probably a very clever opening idea, Ivanka, from White. So we did have queen b6 instead, but now we do see the rook coming to the d file.
D1, yeah.
And black still has to figure out how and where that king's going to go to. Because at some moment, White will surely be opening up with some tactical sequence. So I like White here. Yeah.
But maybe it's just not even a case of doing anything, because we can just improve our pieces and just keep preparing e4. I don't think we should rush with e4.
No, wait until. I mean, I suppose you've got to think of these tactical ideas, knight g5.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a very dangerous move with the queen coming out. I saw someone in the chat has suggested f6. Now, we all know what Ben Feingold would say about that move. He doesn't. He's not a fan of it. But this is the kind of move you'd have to be very careful of, because of maybe knight h4, with the queen now threatening to come in with a massive check. f6 looks pretty ugly to me. I wouldn't.
Also, you should be careful with your king. You know, I always use that analogy that the king is just a scaredy old man. You know, gets nervous if you open up a diagonal. You know, he's like, no, I don't like it. I don't want it. So I would be very careful about playing f6.
So if the king is a scaredy, a very anxious old man.
You're just a scaredy cat.
He's a scaredy cat in a COVID crisis.
Don't like anything. And then at the end, that's when he comes out like Benjamin Button, you know, comes out with his hair flowing on.
In the ending. Okay, I like it. So in the opening,
the kids will go to me, "You're crazy."
Well, maybe only a little bit crazy, but that's good, you know. So, so the king. Okay, so the king, when it's busy, so when there's lots of pieces about the opening and middle game,
just as a worry wart. You have to constantly justify yourself to the king, because the king is like, look, hey, I'm an open diagonal or open line, and you constantly have to go, okay, I protect you, I will do this, and it just, I don't know, I find it quite useful to think a little bit like that, also to build up your enthusiasm, but also to remember to take care of your king.
Yeah, but when all the pieces are removed, so when he gets on his own, he can strut down, go for a nice walk in the ending, saying hello to the pawns. Hello, pawn. Hello, pawn. I'm coming out. So I see. Okay, I like it. Yeah. Bringing them to life a little bit, the pieces.
Yeah, I like that. No, I really like that concept of Harry Potter. You know, that the pieces could talk to you, and you'd have to justify themselves. They'd argue with you and say, "Oh, I don't want to play that move." And I when I teach chess, I try to invoke that kind of Harry Potter style. Like, well, do you think that would really be happy there?
Yeah, it's good. It's good for kids, isn't it, to bring these guys to life?
Yeah.
Now, so far, the boards we've looked at, it does seem we are preferring China's positions, and we're going to go to the top three now.
Yeah, let's
So
go there.
another position we haven't looked at, and I think we should stick with the current positions. Ukraine, by the way, because it looks like they're struggling some boards on the top three. If they want to have a chance, you've got to hope that Ukraine have some good positions. And this one here between Yu Yangyi and Korobov seems pretty even at first glance. White has this kind of imposing center, but you often get this in these Queen's Indian Nimzo positions. Black, on the other hand, does have some decent squares to maneuver his pieces into, Ivanka. So
Yeah.
fairly standard, sort of even middle game here, I think. So
yeah,
I would imagine.
I like black. I like black's compact pawn structure. I like the squares.
Okay.
I do really like.
You prefer black in this
I think
position.
it's a level position. There's a lot of play left, but I don't see why black doesn't have any chances to push.
No, this could be a long game, and I think black can keep the pieces on the board, meaning there's no quick draw ever happening here. No. There's so much happening. It's very dynamic. So the second board now. No, this is the first board. Excuse me.
First board, Vasily Ivanchuk against Liren.
So we did have this kind of equalish position, and now we get this sort of hanging pawn position. Are these pawns strong, or are they weak? And we'll soon find out. Ivanchuk playing bishop c3. These pawns look like they're a little bit funny, but now black's going to win the bishop pair. Is the knight on a4 in trouble? Hard one to assess, this one. Hard position to assess.
I wouldn't say it's in trouble, actually, because it is difficult to assess, but I suspect this bishop on c3 is much better than this bishop on c6.
Time situation, things a little bit down. I think after a6 we have to take knight.
We have to. I mean, I don't.
There's no option.
Yeah, I don't see anything else other than bishop takes.
Okay, so bishop takes here, bishop takes here, and if we are just comparing bishops, you're obviously completely correct in saying this bishop is much stronger than the one that's blocked in. But I'm just a little bit worried about the knight. Black can put the knight maybe into e4. And our knight on a4 is a little bit. I'm not so happy it's there.
I can put my bishop on e5 and stick a knight on c3.
Okay, so let's look. So bishop e5.
If that doesn't tactically fail to something, which I suspect it might do.
Can you even? No, I don't want to play queen there, do I? I don't think. No, that's a horrible move. Yeah. Okay. With
but I suspect there's something tactically flawed about on this idea.
I'm wondering if you can even play d5. I mean, this is a crazy d4. This was a crazy idea. My point is,
I'm thinking that too, because
if you can't go queen takes because your knight is dropping,
my knight is hanging, and obviously I can't. So I actually,
if you go bishop takes, can just win the piece with this as well. Just take here simply and take here.
Okay, so d4 is a great tactical point, so you need to do something about that. So
yeah, so maybe we have to watch out for this one and not play bishop e5 quite yet. I'd imagine black must be doing well here with queen coming to d5.
Can you play bishop d4 instead?
Okay, so let's have a look. See if there's any moves. Okay, by the way, he's got another way, Ivanka, and I think the move played by white is also very sensible. We said this knight is in a lot of bother, so Chucky's just brought it in. Knight to c5. And now black's gone knight to e4. Clearly black, not adverse to a draw in this position.
No.
So the question is queen d4 better for white? That's the first question I'd be asking. Threatening checkmate, getting a nice hold on the central structures. I think if I take the knight here, black probably takes with the rook. And I don't think black should be in too many problems. Yes, the bishop's better, but you've got to watch out for d4 at some moment. I can always now play f6.
Isn't it? So it's a problem.
Yeah.
And so maybe we defend your f4 pawn. So that knight takes knight doesn't really appeal to me.
No. Queen d4 then? Should we give this a go?
Queen d4. Let's threaten mate.
Yeah, it's always nice to threaten mate. You never know. Ding Liren, he's a bit of a patzer. He might not.
And if you were playing over the board chess, you could just look at that knight. You look at the queen side. Unfortunately, that kind of cheap trick doesn't work.
I think when you're a junior, it's quite funny trying these tricks because when you're a kid, you know, you're starting to learn chess. I think we've all like, we all get excited when we're threatening a mate in one, and we're like thinking, will our opponents here? And you sort of look to the other side of the board like a really bad poker bluff. You know, pretend you're looking at the knight over there, and then it's one of the funniest feelings when it actually works. You know, suddenly you get it in. Have you ever had that kind of experience?
Well, actually, didn't we just see that just now between Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen? Hikaru made some move, and he was like, "Oh," and Magnus saw that on the webcam. So
you saw.
And he later said, "I fell for the oldest trick in the book."
So it was yeah. I mean, so you can still bluff then. It's quite funny. I mean, I love. This is, by the way, if we're looking at Chunky on the camera, Ivanka, this is like his normal thinking pose, isn't it? I mean, a lot of people put their hand under their chin. I find it fascinating how people think properly. You know, the different poses in a tournament hall. But you know, he likes having a little shuffle with the nose, doesn't he? It gives them inspiration.
Yeah, it's a way to get themselves in flow. Yeah, so quite.
By the way, Ivanka, knight takes knight was played, rook takes, rook e1, and now d4, rook d1's been played. So this is the current position.
What is this? Okay, I don't like. I know it's Chucky, but I don't really like giving.
No, that pawn's got a little bit far, hasn't it? I mean, you know, even if you play d3.
No, I'm just thinking queen d5 first.
Yeah, queen d5. Then I probably have to play f3, yeah?
Yeah.
Because of the mate threat.
Is there?
And now, if you have to play, it might not be that bad. I mean, it's probably pretty even still.
It probably still is even, but still.
A bit scary.
It is quite scary. Just if we go back, is there anything else? I mean, is there anything tactical?
By the way, we have had this being played, so it's actually happened f3 now. Rook e8. Yeah. Liren playing this move, and now a very interesting question is: well, if you go queen g3, the d pawn cannot move as it was always in the past, being able to go to this square.
Simon.
I know there's another move. Do you want to show the move? Go for it.
You can take the bishop.
You can, and this is winning all of a sudden for black because you just take on b2, and even though you're a queen down.
I was going to suggest c2.
Ah, c2. Ah, to stop rook d1.
You know,
you can't stop it. You can't stop the pawn at all.
You can't stop it.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah.
So this is a nasty trick. So if you play queen g3 thinking, yeah, woohoo, you're going to be completely lost because this little tactic here, and the c pawn or the d pawn becomes a monster. So what you play? So queen f2 was forced, and now d3 has occurred with potential of putting the rook on e2. Black is certainly not worse here, but it might still be holding together. I mean, white can always go queen d4, force the queens off the board, and just try to draw.
Yeah, I agree. But still, I can see scenarios, say, for instance, even in this position, where you get your bishop to a4 on c2, and then okay, not with the queen on prise, but and then just
it's certainly
it feels like I mean, only one person will be playing for results.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only black, isn't it? You can push it. But just to let you know, Ivanka, there's been 2 draws. So
there's been 2 draws, already.
Two draws. So let's have a look. So we did say the Corobov game had a lot of play, but that's actually ended in a draw.
Okay.
The other one was a draw, which is actually, I find this a little bit surprising, that Lei with the white pieces, who played this interesting idea, and we looked at the last position after bishop g4, and we're thinking this is a really interesting pawn sack. Actually, after only a couple more moves, they repeated positions, and I'm thinking, okay, well that's can I say it, a little bit of a strange thing to do with white, isn't it? I mean, white's played this nice novelty.
It's probably just tension, I think.
Pressure.
Yeah. I think so. I think in a normal game, I don't think she would have, for sure she would have played on, but you do have that sense that, hey, you sacrificed a pawn and you want to get something tangible. And here, I think it's just a case of just being better developed and simply waiting for black to take some decisions. And it's not necessarily that clear how you're going to make progress as white. And I think that's probably a little bit scary for her. So she just, okay, fine, take a draw.
So it's wimpish, basically.
Yeah, well, I'm hesitant to say anything like that because I haven't played in this and understand, you know, I understand the pressure that you feel. It's
very easy for me to say that, and I'm obviously only joking because when you're playing for your country, it's really nervous and you don't want to lose. And I've been in there before, and I was very scared myself. But I mean, I'm just thinking, Ivanchuk, for example, after Rook D8. I mean, just if they did want to play on, you know, they repeated with this kind of thing. I mean, now something like E4 is certainly a move I consider. And after D4 going E5, you know, you can play on. You don't have to agree a draw. It might not work out very well.
yeah. I mean, I think as white, I would probably choose a few more moves instead. You know, because now you can actually develop. I think this is the thing. You just don't rush it. You don't need to rush it. You just simply improve your position a little bit more. How you do that, I'm not entirely clear.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, you can maybe go Rook D2, Rook D1, but
about doing that. Yeah, maybe like you say, Rook D2. Rook
D2 would be a sensible move to play, and just try to. Okay, so I think the draw is all right. It wasn't particularly clear how white's doing it. I mean, I thought this idea of trying to slam the pawn to E6 is certainly interesting, but maybe a little bit rushed. Okay, so it's a draw there. So let's continue on the games which are still going on. Now, the hero so far for Ukraine has been Shevchenko, who's got 7 out of 7 for Ukraine. Can he win yet another game? And, you know, again, very close match so far. So it feels to me that if Ukraine have a chance, he's going to have to win because some of the lower boards, maybe Ukraine are in trouble. So this is the current position after bishop f3 has been played. The rook attacks. We have knight versus bishop, pretty similar pawn structure. The knight has got to a nice square, threatening to...
Nice on f5, huh?
So if you just play rook c1, just so I can keep the e file under control.
Yeah.
We'll just play a move like rook c1, and I'm asking black the question, how are you going to defend your pawn? Maybe you can play g6, because you can say, well, if you take this pawn, your knight's offside, but it's... Maybe g6 is the way to go. This is a better move than g6.
I agree with you. I think g6 is probably
the only way to defend this guy.
Yeah, I mean, because you really do not want to be playing rook g8, and you don't really want to be playing in terms of pawn structure. f6 just looks ooh.
f6, I mean, it is maybe playable.
Yeah, but it's not a great pawn structure.
It looks slightly better for white, doesn't it? I mean, there's even ideas you can bring the knight to somewhere like a5 and just sit around the black king. This is something I might be thinking of, because a knight sitting there, it can never be budged. Even though it's on the edge of the board, it's always got some tactical ideas.
I mean, in this type of position, I would be looking at doing things like, I mean, even I wouldn't be too afraid of taking it into an endgame either. If I could just get the right piece configuration. I'm thinking queen and knight work amazingly well together. So perhaps steer towards that.
Totally agree. Yeah, queen and knight combining are the best combination of pieces. So if you can get rid of all the rooks, you know, you'll be playing against the queen and bishop, which don't work so well. So I think white's certainly got chances in this game.
Definitely, yeah.
By the way, another draw has occurred. So there's 3 draws, and this is Ivanchuk versus Liren. It did look like it was heading for a draw there. Ivanchuk just had to be a little bit careful, and he eventually manages to basically offer the exchange of queens, but at the same time, his king is nicely covering that one, so they agree a draw. So there's 3 games remaining. We just looked at one of them. Only
so
3
remember,
games.
if it's a draw, we're going to go to Armageddon.
I know. I don't think it'll be a draw. I think this will be decisive. I mean, at the moment, okay, the 3 games. We just looked at this one. White slightly better. Now, this one here is, wow, heating up. And I think this has turned around, hasn't it? I mean, didn't we think that black was doing okay? Oh, no, this was the very exciting
the
London system.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go through the moves. And white hacking away there. Look at that little Harry the H pawn pushing up the board. And the current position is quite intriguing. with now d4 being played. A pawn sacrifice there, I guess, to put the bishop on d5. And queen takes. I mean, it looks to me like white's doing well. So this is looking promising for Ukraine. Why is white doing well? Because the white king is a lot safer. The black king is quite airy. There's all these little holes around it. We've got this quite dangerous diagonal. Opposite colored bishops it always favors the person with the safest king.
So what we need is one. So white just needs one rook to start penetrating. It's not that easy to get that.
No, it's not at all. I mean, white's
entry point.
Is he trying to get the rook to d4, or should I say she? The other thing you can do is you can think about playing a4, but then you can't get a rook to b7 anyway, so that's not a good move.
That's not going to help.
I'm trying to just figure a way to get my pieces in. Can you go g4? I mean, this nearly works. You might have to prepare it first, but
g4.
It's a really bit of an outrageous move. And
now rook h5.
But at the moment, I think prepare it, because I don't think I want to drop the f3 pawn. But if I can put a rook on f1 first, then this is unstoppable threat. So Ivanka, let's say after rook c8, I go rook f1. And my idea is to defend this one, g4, rook h5 coming. And I just want to try to win this pawn on g5 with a completely winning game. This looks like a decent plan.
So if I'm sharp to that and maybe play rook f8.
So rook to f8, increasing the pressure here. And now I've even got bishop g7s.
Oh, then.
But I think you're okay because you've always got f4 for your rook, yeah? So it's just, I don't know, it looks like black's sort of on the edge here. He's playing with fire a little bit. Very close. Everyone's down to a minute now, Ivanka, as well.
Okay, so 3 games left and after a minute. Okay.
And I have to say, I'm thinking Ukraine have got the last board, Ivanka.
Okay.
Ukraine have the edge. This is another key game. And white.
No, you have to remember, white has got the edge, so
White's doing okay here. Very close, extremely close. Queen
b2. So this is a win for white, I think.
This is a win for white, yeah.
Especially after queen. Was queen a3 played? No.
Queen b2, queen
a7. Okay, queen a7.
And the thing is, white's a lot of material up, so white has the extra exchange, extra 2 pawns.
Yeah.
And white has a nice defensive structure with the queen defending everything and the knight also giving extra protection. So I totally agree that this is a win for white. So China are going to win this board. And this board here, we do, and actually rook f1 was played, Ivanka, g4, rook g3. This black king looks so ropey.
Ooh, is
rook
that
c4.
A mistake? Yeah.
Now bishop d4, breaking the connection of the rook there. Rook g5, just about hanging on. f4 now. And
maybe f4 is not quite right.
I mean, you could, if you wanted to play it safely, just take on g5. Queen takes g5, rook takes g4. But I was
thinking queen c4. Queen f4 is what I was considering.
Okay.
But maybe it doesn't work.
I mean, my idea here is just go bishop g7 and rook f8 mate, for example, after this. I want to just put the bishop here. I mean, okay, I've got very good winning chances, but you're recommending, so
I was wondering if I could come in with a queen.
Right. Queen f4. I like it. Nice.
No, okay, not that one, because there's e5.
Oh, e5, yeah.
But if I could come in with a queen, maybe pawn takes pawn. Yeah, if I could pawn takes pawn.
Oh, and queen e5, yeah.
And then queen, and then now I can go in with the queen. Yeah, got
queen e5. This is winning because we're threatening both of these ones. Okay, let's get back to the game because look at the time. 6 seconds for black anyway, and white has got into the position. Bang! Queen takes g3.
And white
queen takes g. Oh, look at this! Look at this, Shevchenko. So queen takes g4. Queen g6, queen takes h5, queen takes g3, boom, checkmate.
Okay, so Ukraine have taken the lead. So they're
Ukraine they're one up.
They're 1 up. Okay, and we think that
Oh, well, hang a minute. 5 seconds on this board.
5 seconds left. Okay, so it might hang on this position.
It might, and we just go to the current gate position now. So this is key. It looks like China are going to win on the other one.
Yeah.
This is a key game. The player of the white piece has won every game so far. If he wins this, he might win the whole thing for Ukraine. Otherwise, we're going to get another Armageddon.
Well,
Shevchenko.
it's exciting stuff, isn't it? This is what we want to see. We want to see things down to the wire. Wow.
King d3. The time situation. I mean, he looks really cool, doesn't he, Kirill? On the camera,
Yes.
It doesn't look like he's worried. He's only got 10 seconds left. But
yeah.
Knight to f4. Who's better here anyway? Do we think White might have an edge here because the Knight is so good?
Edge.
Yeah.
But it might be just dead equal though.
Now, by the way, he doesn't need to draw this one. Just to remind everyone, at the moment, Ukraine are 1 point up, but there's 2 games going on. There's this game, which is maybe slightly better for White. We'll come back to. But the other game is this one here, where, oh, it's getting a bit messy on this one, but we think China's going to win this one.
Yeah,
should we stick with this because it's getting tactical,
okay.
Ivanka, and the other one's a bit of an ending. So let's see. We think White's going to win this one. White needs to win this one if China have got any chance whatsoever. Yeah. But when you're so short time in these positions...
Exactly, I was just going to say this is 12 seconds. And I can tell you from experience, you don't have... somehow with online chess, you don't have the mental capacity to kind of take a pause and go, I've got 5 seconds left on my clock. You know, I get 5 seconds per move.
Look at the time.
You're just thinking all the time, got to make a move, got to make a move. And, oh, things can turn. So now the threat is bishop takes knight.
Well, this is getting very messy.
Unclear. This is
really unclear. Yeah. I mean...
important pawn to drop. So now it's 5 seconds.
If black can start taking all of these pawns, which black is, with a time situation, I mean, anything can happen here. I mean, white should be doing well, but it's so random. The bishop on c4
is such a good defender.
Very good defender, and also attacker in some situations.
Queen f2, holding everything, and of course, queen e6.
Maybe that queen can either sneak over here with rook a8 coming. This is one idea, which is scary. So white stops that one. Keep an eye on the clock.
Oh, I like queen e7. Okay.
White would love to get the queens
queen
off,
a3.
That's a scary looking move.
Yes. Oh no. So queen goes back. Okay. So now you can go back to e7. And do you think?
Oh, if it's a draw, this would be a great.
Then
China have to win this one. If it's a draw, I think China are out, and they know that. Rook
they
B7
know that.
play.
Okay. So she's played rook b7. Okay. Rook a8. And I think we're going to see queen b2. I think just because time is ticking.
This is intense. Very.
Oh, my heart is thumping here. I never thought that China would be in a must-win situation. I thought that they...
Very close match. And let's just remind everyone, Ukraine 1 up. On the other board, it's looking like Ukraine is slightly better, but probably a draw. China needs to win this game, but not really making much progress at the moment. It's sort of it's a bit backwards and forwards so far.
One thing actually that's quite important is that the team leaders are not actually allowed to say to their players, hey, you can take a draw. So you do see the results, but you're not actually aware of how the other people are doing.
Right.
Yeah, you just have to keep track of the results.
Oh, bishop g4 I like here, threatening queen f1. This would be a really nasty trick.
Played.
Queen f1 is good defense there. Queen f1 was going to be checkmate otherwise. White still hanging on, this intense position.
Knight goes to east.
I think Killian in the chat, hello Anadan, in the chat, Killian is making the point that in actual fact, even though White's winning, when you're down to this amount of time, it's often who has the easier moves. And it does seem like Black's moves might be a bit easier.
I agree.
Unless, okay, if you could start swapping things off, fantastic.
Yeah, definitely don't swap off for Black. I mean, you have to keep on the pressure.
Well, knight takes e4 is a threat. So rook b8 doesn't really work because of knight takes e4. Look at the time. It's intense. And now knight takes e4 anyway.
No, knight takes e4. That doesn't work. This rook takes knight.
What? Is that just blundered a piece?
That was just a blunder.
Look at the camera. She knows she's blundered. She's trying to hide her face in that kind of psychological way. She just blundered. Oh, wow. That was looking interesting. She's just thrown it away. This is now a whole rook.
No, it's a whole rook and it's not enough. Oh, dear.
Right.
Okay, bishop f5.
Last chance, but of course it's all over.
No, now it's under.
Now, Yeah,
Yeah,
this
this
should
is
be
now
queen
just
b2 now, probably just threatening
yeah,
threatening
queen
mate.
b2, and
The knight can come
that's
back
it.
here.
Game over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Drama. I mean, it's easy to blunder with such little time on the clock, but the match is now even. It's now even. I just want to show that blunder one more time. It's literally a drop of a piece there,
Yeah.
and I think the black was actually starting to get well back into this
And you can
this
actually
game.
see her face on the webcam. You can see
I
the
know.
despair that, oh dear.
Yeah. And
One
when the black
person.
knight starts coming in, it starts to look dangerous. And Killian's pointing out, okay, this just blunders a piece, but if black goes knight to a4, all of a sudden I would put black as favourite to win this position because the black knight is coming into c3, queen at f1,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden black's that's maybe the critical game. So let's go to the remaining game. It's all
Okay.
even. Can Kirill win the match? Can he win the match for Ukraine? Whoever, if one side wins here, they go through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
That'd be, I mean,
Wow.
amazing if they beat China. I mean,
Yeah, it would be absolutely unbelievable, actually, that because it's not even the strongest Ukrainian side. I mean, in terms of the women players, I mean, okay, knights.
he's just trying to push old Barry, isn't he? He's literally blocking Barry, but I think it's going to be a draw. But you can play this position on for a while.
Okay, so how is it going to be a draw after b5? Because you see, I'm going to go knight b.
I think I just take the pawn and keep my bishop on this diagonal if I'm
Yeah,
careful.
I'm just wondering whether I can after b. Oh.
Well, this is
and then this is a mistake. Knight
this
e3.
allows this. Yeah, this allows knight d5 winning, and now knight d5. And then you have to put your bishop then on this diagonal, which has. Okay, where did you go? That you should have gone knight d5.
Yeah, now the bishop. Gone knight d5. Okay, bishop c. It's just nerves here. So knight.
It should be a draw. This is the technical draw position, but you've got to be careful. You can easily get tricked here, and with the time situation, black can easily blunder. You just got to be very careful that you keep your bishop somewhere. That as soon as the pawn comes on, you can take the pawn. But if the bishop gets squeezed somehow, so for example, if the king can come round or a knight can get here, imagine the bishop goes to g2 and knight gets to c6, white will be winning. But this should be a draw. Look at the time. Okay, time. White has to be a little bit careful himself. You have 2 seconds left there. He's got to be careful. But this is 2 seconds, 1 second. Ooh. He's got to look at that clock.
He does.
I mean, you can see his camera. He looks so chilled out. But
yeah, I just saw a blink that kind of said that he wasn't that chill.
3. Okay, he's not that chill. He's hiding it well.
King.
It's now quite an easy draw, I think, because the black king's got so near to the position. So they could play this on for a little bit, and it's going to be Armageddon. We think again. Armageddon. No rest for the wicked.
One game.
Who's going to play Armageddon? Will it be Chucky? They going to put up Chucky versus Ding Liren?
I think so.
I mean, in Armageddon,
look at Corobov. I might try Corobov.
Yeah, he's very good at blitz. This guy seems pretty good as well. But the thing is, I mean, China must be massive favourite in Armageddon because Ding Liren is an awesome speed player. He beat Magnus. He's one of the only people to beat Magnus in a quicker time limit competition. So whoever plays, you've got to say China have got to be the favourite. But then again, you don't know because it's one game. Anything can happen. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
So it's just black has to be careful not to put the bishop.
Yeah.
In a fork.
It's actually quite hard to lose this position. You know, you really have to try hard to lose this position.
You have to basically put your bishop on e4 and allow knight c5 check, and that's it.
I think the only thing white can try is put his king on c5, go for a knight check, and then try to put the knight on c6. But black can obviously just, this is put the king on c8, so it's a very easy draw. Unless the king goes to one of these 2 squares when you check it, that would be another way.
That would be another way, but I don't think that's very likely.
I think, Ivanchuk, when you're trying to find ways that one person can lose a position, it's probably going to be a draw. You actually have to search hard how they can lose a position, as I was trying to do there. It's a draw. How many moves do you reckon they get? It's 91 moves so far. What are we going to go for?
I think they'll break 100 and then.
Yeah.
And I think they'll agree.
Ivanchuk, interesting question. As it might be Armageddon, They actually did this in football. We're talking the analogy of Armageddon being like a penalty shootout. And, Killian's brought this up in the chat. In football, you can often, what they do for the penalties, they might bring on a specialist penalty kicker, just for the penalties. Could the teams here bring on a specialist blitz player? As there is a couple of the Ukrainians who are not playing, Botnik, who's a blitz specialist. I think he's won title Tuesday, maybe won it even this Tuesday. Can they suddenly bring him on for the last game and say, right, okay, over to you, blitz specialist, go and take down Ding Liren? Easy job, of course. Can you do that?
Don't know that. I don't actually know whether you can substitute someone who hasn't actually played in this match. I'm assuming, but this is just an assumption. I'm assuming that you can, but I really don't know. Who was the blitz specialist that you mentioned?
Well, it's in the chat. You can see his name. I think it's, I don't know if I pronounce it right, Botnik, Bortnyk, maybe wrong pronunciation. But if you can bring on someone who just specializes in blitz, it's a strategy maybe you could consider.
I do know that they also do that in many sports, that they have some people who are just good at penalties, like you say, and then that's it. I just don't know whether you're restricted to people who have played in this match. I really know. But
okay. Well, we've been told by a producer actually that the way the Armageddon game is picked, we thought the captains. We were told maybe that the captains actually pick a player to work on their behalf, but in actual fact, it's the board who plays is drawn by lots. They take a lot if it's the open board, the women's board, or the junior or girls board. So it's a random selection of what board actually goes up. So I don't think the captain chooses the player, but I don't know. We've been told a couple of different things, but maybe it's a random draw who plays. So even if you don't want to play it, you might be forced to play it. Possibly.
Yeah. So. Okay, that's interesting. So that's a very interesting.
Okay, maybe. Maybe I'm reading that.
I like that concept much better than.
Yeah. This is obviously going to be a draw now.
Yeah, 111 moves. I think we can.
Yeah.
I think they're just waiting for the 50 move rule, because that's one of the great things in online chess. If you repeated the position 3 times, you play 50 moves, it just comes up automatically and says done.
It'd be quite funny if there was no 50 move rule and they played to move 2000s. What do you think their time situation would be? They'd probably be back up to the time they started on, yeah? They'd have 15 minutes each. It's like a weird circle of pain. So this will be a draw, and it's going to be Armageddon. Oh my words! Now, obviously we've been told now it's a random draw for the Armageddon section. I want to see Chucky. He's been world champion at Blitz. I want to see Chucky Din Liren. Can anyone think of any other game you'd like to see except for Chucky? Ivanka, it has to be Chucky, doesn't it?
I would like to see. I actually would like to see Hu Fan or Wen Jun play. I would like to see how they get on. Because not often you see. I would also love to see Chucky as well. There's no doubt he's like my top choice because he's such a character. Yeah. But yeah, I think it would be interesting to see how a top board female would get on in the Armageddon.
I'm thinking about who's going to give both teams. It is a bit of the luck of the draw, but for example, if Kirill is called up to play, Kirill has got a 7.5 out of 8. If suddenly it's drawn with him to play the blitz section, I would put Ukraine favourite all of a sudden, because Kirill is playing fantastically well.
Stuff, isn't he? So I would definitely place Ukraine as the favourite. So, but when it comes to Armageddon, really, it is. Yeah. I think the odds start to even out, because it really depends on the individual, depends on nerves, depends on absolutely everything. And as you can see from the webcam, you see Kirill is a very cool customer. Okay, so now we're going to see the draw.
Stalemate incoming.
Yeah, eventually.
Okay, there we go. Right.
126 moves. Nice.
Solid. So good defense there from China, because it was a little bit uncomfortable defending that position. And Yan must be very, very relieved that he held that one to keep his nation in the competition.
Yeah.
So Armageddon again.
Again.
It can't be more exciting than the last one though, Ivanka, which went down to 0.3 of a second versus 0.
We'll see. You never know, Simon.
You never know.
I thought the last match was pretty exciting, but this match has also
I know.
really
Well, it's been close. It's certainly been close, Shevchenko, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I went into this match thinking, okay, it's just going to be an easy whitewash by China. They're just going to... Yeah. I thought maybe Kirill would do something and Vasily and Anton would hold it, but I thought they're so superior on the women's side. But, you know, it's been pretty evenly matched, and the Ukrainians really have proved themselves to be well prepared, strong with calm nerves. Everything is good. I agree with you, actually. They're really impressive.
Okay, so before we get to the extremely exciting decider to see who's going to go through the one and only one Armageddon game, which is going to be really interesting, we're going to take a very short break, something like 5-6 minutes, so we can get ourselves prepared for that one. You can see the Armageddon rules there. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. They're drawing lots now to see who's going to play. So we'll see you again in about 5 minutes time.
Yeah. See you then.
Well, we're back for what's going to be the second Armageddon of the day. Can you believe it? We had one earlier on, which was extremely exciting with Hungary beating Germany. And in that game, it went to the time and basically Germany got to 0.00. But Hungary had a bit of luxurious time. There was 0.03, I think it was. So you couldn't get any closer than that. So we know what they basically, as we've been told, updated. They randomly pick by a draw which board is going to play, and we now know, and this is what we're saying might favour Ukraine the most because of his brilliant performance so far. It's the under-20s, meaning Kirill Shevchenko is going to be stepping up to the mark for his country, and they're just trying to decide on colours at the moment. Now, Ivanchuk, in Armageddon, do you think it favours to have the white or the black pieces in Armageddon?
Just because of the draw odds, and because personally I have quite a solid black repertoire, I prefer black. So I would always choose black. Just, because it is quite a lot of pressure to have to win with white. And you'd feel it and you'd make bad decisions on it. So yeah, for me, black.
Okay. By the way, I think I'm not sure. I might jump the gun there with the players. I think we're just getting an update. I think it's the under-20s, but could be wrong. I could be wrong there. We'll give you more updates as soon as we get the information in. Yes. So we're not sure precisely who the players are, I think, but we're getting sort of bits of information as we go. So yeah, so the typing Ivanka is one side gets 5 minutes. That's the player of the white pieces, and the player of the black pieces gets 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But player of the white pieces has to win. And the big thing, Ivanka, though, is there's no increment. And this is easy to forget, that when you get down to a minute, you're not getting more time. So you've got to start moving like a maniac. Yeah.
Yeah.
So got to start. All right. Okay. So the update is it is the under-20s, but we don't know the players. I'm assuming Shevchenko will play because his performance. What's he got? 7 out of 8.
So far it's like 7.5 out of 8. He won all his games.
Wow.
He won 6 out of 6 in the top division. He won his previous game against Yan, and now he's on 7.5 out of 8, which is a magnificent performance. And as we saw on the webcam, boy, did he look cool. He looked very calm indeed.
Yeah. I mean, I think he'd be perfect for this because he's shown how cool he can be. He did miss a win in that last game. I don't know if we can. Well, I don't know if we get a chance to bring the board up, but he actually did miss a win. But I understand why he missed the win. It was incredibly hard to see, and it was actually one of these night ideas with little time on the clock. Then, okay, it's probably best he doesn't know he missed the win if he's going to play now, because you don't want to know you've just missed the win, because you might be like, oh no, and it might affect your play. But I still think he's going to have a great chance. But don't rule out China, of course. I mean, China are China, Ivanka. They're just good, aren't they?
Of course. It's a nation renowned for very calm, excellent players. So, yeah, of course, China cannot be ruled out. But I have to say, man of the moment, the flow is in his direction. I think it's Shevchenko, and I think we could see a big upset. I think China could leave.
It could well be. I mean, I say a big upset. Ukraine, they've won the Olympiad 2 times in the last 20 years, I think, in 2010.
Right.
And was it 2004? So I know China have won it once in the last 20 years, but you can't say it's a massive upset. Ukraine are good.
I would normally agree with you, but, we're talking about a Chinese squad, which has Ding Liren, Yu Yangyi, Wei Yi, Hou Yifan, Zhu and Jun, Tang Zhongyi, women's world champion, former women's world champion. And it just goes on. Li Tingjie, this is all grandmasters here. Ukraine are obviously exceptionally strong as well. So it's just because the Chinese squad was just amazing in rating.
It's true, but it's proven it's very, very close, and it's just going to come down to this one game again. And just to remind everyone, it is Armageddon, but what are they playing for? They're playing for a place in the quarterfinals. So the quarterfinals of this Chess Olympiad, which is brilliant events. I think it was something like 160 or 150 different nations playing at the start of it, like the real Olympiad. I say the real Olympiad when it's played over the board, not possible. It's been moved online, been a brilliant success so far, and drawing in lots of people from all around the world. So a place in the quarterfinals, Ivanka, is a big achievement.
It is a big achievement, and it is an absolutely huge achievement. It's the first online Olympiad we've ever seen, so it's kind of a little bit unexpected as to which teams would do well or not. But yeah, for me, it's a big upset if China don't go through. I expected there to be a final with China's name in it.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I can understand that. I mean, favorites for the whole event. I'm sort of wondering who we can say. I mean, obviously America favorites. You've got India, incredibly strong. There's many teams who can win this event, and
Yeah.
you know, it's hard to pick out one team. I think hard to pick one
Yeah,
out.
I agree. I agree with you. It is hard, but you know, just listing the lineup that with China with Ding Liren. I mean, we're talking about that. I mean, just because the women are so exceptionally strong in China. Hu Yifan, 2600, Wen Jun also 2600, women's world champion, Tang Zhongyi, Lei Tingjie, also these young Chinese girls, also 2500. So these are the strongest women in the world. And of course, matched by the strongest players in the world and the strongest juniors in the world. So I really, yeah, I mean, for me, this is a shocker. I can't stress that enough, that they're having to play an Armageddon match. That's
Okay, so we've got some more information coming through about this Armageddon match, which is going to happen any second to decide whether it's Ukraine or China. This all come down to this, and this was the match we were most excited about. Not taking anything away from the future matches today, but big teams, and it's come down to one game. So the more information it's the under-20 events. We know that Ukraine, we've been told, had the choice of colors, and Shevchenko went for the white pieces. It looks like so he's gone for the white. So he's really confident. He's like, I'll win. I'll crush him. Give me the win. I will crush him. And his opponent is, I think, is it Li Yan? Li Yan, is that right? The information you get through. So yeah, so this is it. So 5 minutes to Kirill, who has to win, and 4 minutes to Li Yang, who just has to hold on. Who's everyone in the chat going for? I want to hear your in the Twitch chat. We're having a look at twitch.tv chess, keeping an eye on the comments coming through. Who is going to do the job? Is it going to be China or is it going to be Ukraine? Come on, China. Anit reckons China. Anit is going for China. Okay. Vasily is going for Ukraine. Shevchenko, a lot of people saying Shevchenko, but let's remember Shevchenko have to win. He has to win. It doesn't matter if he's solid. It's about 50-50. Killian is going, Ukraine will win. And who are you going to go for, Ivanka, now it's come down to this?
I have to say I have to go with Shevchenko. He's been playing fantastic chess. It's to score 6 out of 6 in the top division against some of the best teams in the world. No, I mean, Shevchenko is a man on form. So, yeah.
I mean, I think it shows confidence to pick the white pieces because you have to win. I mean, I know that is, something a lot of players would prefer doing, playing for the win, have the advantage in the first move, but you have to really go for your opponent's throat a little bit. So it's the same pair up we actually just saw when he got that ending, isn't it? It's the same pair up as that one. Interesting. Another Petrov, maybe.
But I mean, I do wonder about the strategy because we always kind of traditionally think that white must go for the throat, must play very aggressively. But because there is no increment at all with 5 minutes to score, perhaps the solution, another alternative strategy is perhaps to drag out the game and have a position like this where you simply just keep playing, keep giving your opponent choices, and then just flag them at the end.
Flag them at the end. Well, that's what happened in the last one. It was actually quite amazing to see that last one. It's very hard to adjust from one time limit to another, especially with no increment. And I think the guys in the last Armageddon game, they kind of didn't adjust very well. I think it's fair to say, because under 1 minute, they were taking 10 seconds on a move. You can't do that. You can't spend a sixth of your time on one move when you go down to under a minute. You have to just pick up the pace. So I'm excited.
I agree. I agree. This is tremendous stuff. It's really too close to call, actually. I think Shevchenko will win, but I wouldn't bet on it. So let's put it that way.
Okay, now it seems like we are ready. The cameras are there. Whoa, drum roll, please. They're both on the cameras. And Killian is making a good point again. It's all about nerves, and Kirill's seemed pretty cool so far. That's true, but he did miss a win at the end of that last game.
Yeah.
The Chinese players...
And also Liu just held it as well. So there is that psychological buzz when you hold a draw that perhaps you know you should have lost.
No.
You feel, okay, well...
I mean, China are renowned for being cool customers, aren't they, Ivanka, as you mentioned? So I don't know. We have to just wait and see and enjoy it, I think. So
yeah, I think that's the main thing.
Yeah. So let's see. We're just going to wait for kickoff now. It is 5 minutes for White versus 4. And it's going to start very soon to see who goes into the quarterfinal. I'd like to remind everyone that after this match, we're only halfway through today's commentary. We've got Greece versus Armenia up next, where we're going to see, I think, hopefully, the fantastic Lev Aronian playing for Armenia. Greece underdogs, but they've been playing very well so far. And the last match of the day, Bulgaria versus Poland. And
yeah, that's going to be very tight, that one. I really couldn't say it.
Do you know the winner of this match, Ivanka? They're going to play against America. So, you know, you get through one top match, and then you play America, which are one of the favorites. So, it's, who do you think America? Okay, we're in. We are in.
Here we go. E4.
Sicilian. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I thought he'd play a Petrov, something solid, but he's gone for a Sicilian.
Yeah, he has gone for a Sicilian. That's a, and I also expect an open Sicilian, not a C3 Sicilian.
The C3 Sicilian has a big reputation as being an equal and often leading to draws. But the line we're seeing here is one of the more interesting ones, where White gets his pawn on E5 and often goes for an attack against H7. So this is one of White's strategies in this kind of structure. Okay, this is surprising. He's put his bishop there, though. Mm-hmm. Maybe, you know, okay. Solid start. Pretty even at the moment. Knight C3. The other idea is to swing the queen over to G4. Are we going to see that? You have to play for a win, get the queen over.
Have to
swing it. He's swinging it.
Queen E4, yes, played. And then...
And now the queen, it's like a French defense now. Maybe Black will have to play something with F5 or F6, because Bishop H6 now is a serious threat. So he has gone F6. I think that's a good idea, creating counterplay, like a Tarrasch French structure. Time situation, they're moving quite quick.
They are moving quite quick. Both players used half a minute on their clock. So I mean,
you can't really tell on the cameras if they're looking nervous or not. It's hard to say, you know. You just got to play the best moves you can think of.
Yeah.
Okay, so now knight takes E5. Can Black go knight takes D4?
Knight takes D4. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Can he play this move? He hasn't done it.
Okay, well now he can simply eliminate something. Bishop F6.
I mean, I think Black's strategy here, Ivanka, is happy to exchange pieces. I only need a draw.
Exactly.
White's strategy now is like, okay, you have a backwards weak pawn. It's more of a positional game. I'm going to have to try and take advantage of that. Maybe like Queen E3, Rook E1.
Yeah, exactly. Long term, because you remember you've got extra time. As long as you don't think it away, you've got extra time, and you can. Okay, it sounds really unethical to say this, but you can flag them.
It's part of the game, yeah. I mean, flagging it's very exciting. There's no increment here. It doesn't
feel quite right to say that. You know, you just draw it out into an end game. Win on
but this is what the drama is, Ivanka. It is actually, you know. Okay, well now this is an interesting decision by White, because White's changed the pawn structure, meaning the pawn on E6 is not so weak. You don't have the pressure, but he's got a space advantage. I would have thought Black's quite happy here. Black's playing all the exchanges. He's just whipping them all off. And is he really going to win this position? I don't like White's strategy.
I don't like it. I mean, it's too many simplification here.
Yeah. If he goes on to win this,
and he doesn't even have a time advantage now. It's 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes. So this has really gone wrong for White.
I mean, you could argue White's slightly better because he has a bit more space to maneuver. His bishop's a bit better, but actually Black has no real weaknesses.
No, and no time problems.
So I don't, you know, Black is going to be happy at the moment. China looking good so far. very solid setup that Black's just picked. Black can just sit here and wait. I think White has to try and create something on the queen side here. Maybe by pushing the pawns and creating some way in.
Yeah.
Or by trying to get the king around like this. Something like that is the only way I can see winning. G4, G5, Ivanka, that could be another
G4,
idea.
G5. I mean, he has to speed up because his whole thing is he had 1 minute extra on the clock.
Yeah.
And look, he's got less time.
Yeah.
This Shevchenko.
He's got to move quicker. Remember, there's no increment. You've got to remember this.
There's no increment at all.
Looking good for China so far.
It is looking great.
Black just has to sit here and wait. So he is trying to get his king round. And Black's going to now just make sure the queen side is defended. In this type of position, Black doesn't really want to move any of his pawns, because if you move your pawns, you create weaknesses. So White has to try and force a way through. Okay, so now B6 has been played. He's trying to force a way through. Maybe he can even consider playing A6 and try to get a knight to B5, something like this. But
yeah,
it is slightly better for White, isn't it? It's slightly better.
Yeah, it is slightly better for White. But I mean, White is pushing, but Black is very solid. And I just don't like the fact that White has less time on the clock than Black.
You know what, though? Black's nearly getting Zugzwang here. Because if you take the bishop, the White king can suddenly make progress attacking here. If the bishop goes to F7, then it's nearly Zugzwang. What does Black now play? Black can't move the bishop to E8, can't move to G6. So he's now going for an exchange. Okay, knight G6.
Okay, so now can you go knight H?
Knight H4, I guess we have the exchange of pawns then. How is the ending if I take here? I still can't get my king in. This is the important thing. So knight G2, keeping the pressure. I like that move. I like that move.
And so H5 is probably going.
This is a nice maneuver that Black's done, though. The knight's got a slightly better square now. It can now move towards the queen side as well if needed. So White's deciding the king might have to come back in order to play some advance over there. The Chinese wall is not breaking, is it?
Presumably Black will follow, though. So
yeah.
Bishop F7. Okay, Black is just holding tight.
Yeah. Now, of course, a move like G5 would be bad because you could take and then go knight H3 and win the pawn there. But Black doesn't need to do that. He just needs to wait and see. It's White who needs to try and win. The time, Ivanka, no increments.
No increments at all. So
can you play G6 soon? If you could play G6, that's why Black had to play G6. And Black is just waiting.
Can you play in? So he's just choosing just to wait, face, and now.
Okay.
I was just wondering whether you could. No.
How'd you win? Okay. So is he gonna try to put? I think he's gonna put the knight on H4 to cover knight to F5. Oh no, he's gone this way.
No, yeah, because knight F5 isn't really a threat, because then you can just take it off and you make.
But I wanted to move the bishop around here. But okay, this is good. Look at the time. This might just come down to time.
Yeah, I think it absolutely will come down to time. So so we can knight F8, but knight E7.
So I kind of wanted to stop knight to F5. That's why I wanted to put my knight here.
He's planning for knight F6 and then bishop E8.
Okay, he's maneuvering around. Now he's up on time. Ukraine has got a little time advantage now.
Okay.
Was that a good place to put the knight? Okay, so you can come back around this way, but you have to be very careful when you're maneuvering a knight like this. You can suddenly get stranded. A lot of play left. A lot of play. It's going to get that. Is it going to be more of a finer finish than last time?
Yeah, I think it has to be. I think it absolutely has to be. But maybe
White's making progress.
White is making progress, because I don't like where he put his knight. He put his knight on F4, which.
Yeah, it's totally wrong. It's better, much better on E7. It's actually very loose on the square.
How is White going to do anything? Oh, is there bishop? There's a threat of checkmate there, Simon.
Is it?
Oh, bishop E8. Yeah, if you.
Oh, you come around like this, do you? So he's come back.
No, I just you went king B7, bishop E8, it will be checkmate.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I think so far Black is holding, but White.
44 seconds each, so yeah.
It's coming down to the clock. I mean, they can dance around. It's going to come to the clock. Oof.
Okay.
It's nearly. They have to be careful I don't get threefold repetition.
Yes, there is that option, because there's The computer picks it up automatically.
This knight, maybe White's win. This knight. Oh, well, okay, can come back to G7. White should have seriously thought about taking that knight and going bishop D3. I think White could have taken that one because now the black knight's got back to a safe square.
Okay, king still maneuvering around. So again, okay, now
20
it's
seconds.
18 seconds. Oh,
I think White's going to win on time.
Might flag it.
He's doing your tactic. He's going for the flagging. He's doing your tactic.
Oh, that's a serious time advantage.
It's serious.
Yeah, it's serious. He just has to make sure he doesn't repeat the position 3 times, and that's it. It's going to be game over. He's
dirty flagging, as you say. Well, maybe White's still got this idea of some knight here.
No, it's 3 seconds.
It's over on time.
There's no way.
No.
He's going to win on time.
Oh, look at that.
Bishop takes knight.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it. Look at the reactions there.
Your China are knocked out. Whoa.
Yeah. Well done to Kirill Shevchenko. I mean, you could say he won on time. I don't think it was a cheap win because he was trying to make progress a little bit. I mean, he was obviously doing a bit of it on the clock, but that's part of the game. It's not, he doesn't pick the rules, does he? Someone else picks the rules. You play by the rules. I feel sorry for China, though, Ivanka, getting knocked out that way. It's still not a nice way to be knocked out, is it?
No, I mean, it doesn't feel like an ethical strategy, to be honest. To be honest, just to play a draw and just be faster on the clock. But
it's not a smooth way to win.
I mean, it's the rule. It is the rule,
yeah.
And you have to just.
Yeah. The funny thing is, Ivanka, the final position, actually, even here, without taking the knight, is winning for White because the G6 pawn is dropping. So you could say that, it's even if he didn't win on time, he's going to now win this position because you're just winning G6. And
yeah,
he was trying to make progress. He was doing little things.
I mean, it was absolutely definitely that's the case. He was trying to make progress, and Liu Liang wasn't fast enough. I mean, he just needed to be quicker on the clock because I think it's a difficult time thing to adjust to because before we were playing 15 minutes plus 5 seconds increment. Here, there's no increment, and I think players are struggling with that adjustment.
Yeah. Definitely. So big news, China are out and Ukraine are now going to be playing in the quarterfinals against America. Another fascinating match that's going to be. That's going to be a big match. Now, we might be trying to get an interview, seeing if we can get someone on to have a quick word about that match. I guess probably better we get one of the Ukrainians on. I don't really want to get one of the... it's never nice interviewing the losing side, but I suppose it does make a good interview sometimes. But let's try to get one. Let's try to get Chucky on, shall we?
Yeah, let's go. Or maybe the hero of the match, Shevchenko.
Yes, indeed. He came through.
He did come through. He was very professional at the end. We have to give credit to the players. There was unbelievable pressure, to play one game that decides the outcome of your country. Ooh.
Yeah, massive. So. They both. I can't believe they both come down to Armageddon. It's and do you know what the deciding thing has been in both Armageddons? You have to play decent chess, but it hasn't really been the chess. It has been the clock. There's a lesson to be learned for the future. Anyone who gets to Armageddon, just move, just move.
Once you go down to 60 seconds, you just have to move, and you just have to play normal, developing, sensible stuff. Play quickly, get a gaming mouse.
Get the gaming mouse.
do anything possible. I could. Sometimes I get it when I'm playing so super fast, but I'm just not coordinated enough with my mouse, and I'm just like, I'm trying to move it, but it doesn't want to move. So, these kind of things, unfortunately, matter.
Well, I actually, for a big match, I think I was playing online. I brought a gaming mouse, and I think. I spent something ridiculous, like £100 on a bloody mouse, £100. And I bought this mouse and I thought, it looked really cool. It had all these like fluorescent colours that, all these buttons, and it's like, it could probably like ride around the room on its own. And I thought, I'm ready now. It's the worst mouse I ever brought. I couldn't use it. It was horrible. And I thought, it really wasn't a good buy. And so I went and brought a £10 mouse, much better, so I don't...
You have these mouses for like 7 buttons or something. I'm like, don't give me 7 buttons.
Yes, 7 buttons. Why do you need 7 buttons unless you're going to try to take off or something? I don't know. It's, But it is important, obviously, all these little things, difference with online chess, I guess, nowadays. You've got to be prepared for this,
Yeah.
this kind of thing.
Yeah, but what's shocking news? China are out.
I mean, I have to say, Kirill, do you think the reason Kirill went for the ending here? Because, we were both a bit shocked that he swapped off pieces incredibly quickly when he needed to win.
Yeah.
Well, I was shocked. I mean, you get this kind of position here, and it's an imbalanced structure, meaning there's more winning and losing chances. But he actually, first of all, made the position symmetrical, allowed the queen exchange, and he swapped off all the rooks. I mean, I would have maybe even kept one pair of rook on with like rook d1. Do you reckon his strategy was his opponent, or was it just to push quickly with ease in this position? It's a very strange strategy.
I know. I think that was the strategy. I mean, here this is a position where white can't lose. There's no risk whatsoever, and I just think he thought, I know I'm a fast player. I can. There's no increment ever. Like there's not going to be an increment past move 80 or whatever. So I can just keep playing and just know that I will beat them on time, or they will crack under the time pressure.
Yeah, it's possible. Okay, so I'm being told we're going to have a quick break and an interview. I'm not entirely sure who the interview is going to be with, so it'll be a nice surprise to all of us. So yeah, quick break. Back soon. See you in a minute or two.
See you in a minute.
Well, we're very fortunate to have the hero of the hour join us in the interview. And Kirill, you've been doing pretty well so far in this event. I mean, you've been notching up points everywhere, and now you've taken Ukraine through to the quarterfinal. Must feel pretty good, yeah?
Yeah, it's very pleasant to play for Ukraine national team. I'm very appreciate this, and I'm so happy to play with such players like Ivanchuk, Corobov, and etc.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of legends on your team, and you're turning into a bit of a legend yourself, though, with these wins that you're getting. And that last game was extremely exciting for us to watch. Do you want to tell us maybe your strategy that you used in this? Did you have a strategy
for Armageddon?
For the Armageddon, yeah.
First of all, when the main coach of our team, Alexander Slipa, asked me which color I prefer, I decided to play with white color because I think with white it's always much pleasant to play in Armageddon because you don't need to worry about time. And when I played 2 games against Liu Yan, he is very good defender, and I realized that if he is very good defender, it's good to choose white color and push, play some variant where I can just not play aggressive, but just play positional game and like what's happening in the game. I had structure e5 d4 against d5 e6, and I just keep pressure on both sides, and then he started to lose time, and in the end it was draw with knight on c7. He could bring king on g7 and protect all pawns and all squares, but it's not so easy to find this on 10 seconds, and that's why my strategy was good, I think.
It certainly worked well. So, and you must be feeling pretty over the moon at the moment to have helped your national team, your country, through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I just didn't accept that I will play Armageddon because I just in second match I didn't win winning position, and after this draw I thought I didn't accept that I will play this match. So, but okay, it's a lot of drawing, so what can I do? But yeah, it was pleasant to play this team. This match against strong team. China is very strong team.
Yeah. So, Ivanchuk, do you have any questions as well?
Yeah, I was going to ask, were you confident about your chances in the Armageddon, or were you just, what was your kind of mental strategy?
No, I just I told you I didn't accept that I will play this match, and I just wanted to play by my strategy, by my plan, and I didn't even know what my opponent will play on the first move, c5 or e5. He decided to play c5, and there was some fight, so I was kind of nervous, but because I'm not playing for myself, I play for my team, and I just wanted to be confident, make moves fast how I can, and just play by position, not to see on.
Because there was one stage where you were on the same time as your opponent, and then you exchange your rooks. So that was kind of, for us, it was a bit interesting decision.
Yeah, I remember I played in Sieges online, and I also played Armageddon with white color, but there I lost draw with position, so I didn't know what to choose, white or black. But I think I decided to choose white because this kind of repertoire what had my opponent.
Did you know that at the end of the game you were only 6 moves away from the 50 move draw? So
that was 6 against 5. Yeah,
6 moves, I think it was 6 more moves, and he could have claimed the draw. But you're about to win a pawn there, and you've now managed to get in a situation where you play America, USA next. So that's going to be a big match. Good luck for that.
Yeah,
looking forward to that one.
Sorry,
are you looking forward to that match?
No, I just want to be more calm after this match because I can't still realize what happened, and after this I will prepare against USA. Yeah, there is very strong juniors board. Jeffrey Xamk is very talented boy.
Yeah, definitely.
Huge congratulations from us for your victory and your very impressive performance, actually, in the top division I'm here.
Definitely. So yeah, thank you very much, and you can go and get some rest and celebrate and prepare. We're going to go to a short break now, and we'll be back a little bit later. With the next match, Greece versus Armenia. So we'll see everyone then, and congratulations again to Ukraine and to you, Kirill. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, hello. And we are back. And we're back for the third match of the day in this qualifier for the quarter-final of the FIDE Chess Olympiad. And this is one of the biggest events every 2 years in the chess calendar. Which nation is going to be triumphant? And this match that we're going to be looking at is between Greece, who are definitely the outsiders, and another powerhouse of a nation, that is Armenia. And we've got the likes of Leveronian to enjoy today. So, Ivanka, this should be easy for
Yeah.
Armenia,
Well,
surely.
Well, I was pretty confident about China defeating Ukraine. For me, it was not going to go to Armageddon. It was not even going to be close because the Chinese team was so awesome. So I guess I should learn my lesson and not be so confident. However, I'm not smart. So I'm going to say the same. I'm going to say that Armenia should defeat Greece quite easily. But, Greece are a strong team, not to take that away from them. They're a very strong team with many talented players. Got a lot of, I think everyone is an IM, at least an IM and GM. So, yeah, it's not going to be an easy match.
It's never easy. And strange things sort of happen sometimes in these matches, because Greece is much easier in some ways being the underdog because you can fight harder. You've got nothing to lose. You can enjoy yourself, take more risks. And, anything's possible. But, of course, Armenia, big favourites. And we can maybe just have a quick look at the game so we catch up with what's been going on. And, of course, it's so fantastic to see Aronian back playing again after what's happened, unfortunately. He's had a bit of a tough ride, but he's back playing again. He's a genius chess player. Here he has black pieces. This is a 4 knights. We can quickly go through the moves. Aronian with the black pieces. This is a line which white sometimes play. It's supposed to be pretty evenish, but it depends what kind of pawn structures you enjoy playing. This is all main line. And now to stop something coming to g4, rook b8, queen f3. And now a standard position for this opening. And again, I can understand why white wants to play in this way. He's not really looking for an opening advantage, but he probably just wants to play a position that he enjoys playing. And that's often a good way, but equalish there, I guess, Ivanka.
Yeah, I would say quite equal. I think the Greek strategy on boards 1 and 2 will probably just to be try and hold Armenia, because that's where there's most unevenness. It's unbalance there. So we'll see how that goes. White must be very careful not to play too passively because black does have the pawn center with c7 and d5, which just means it makes it slightly easier to push those pawns and actually come up with a plan. But I do know that they have been playing this opening for a slight advantage as white, but I can't quite recall the slight move order that they've been using to, hasn't completely equalized is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so that's the board 1. Let's have a look at the other 6 games. Hopefully we've got a bit of craziness somewhere. I always like a bit of chaos. A little bit of chaos. I mean, as I'm getting older, Ivanka, I do prefer less chaos in my life now, But anyway, let's move on. Board 2, we have Anna Sargyan versus Anastasia, and this is, I guess, the female board. Is that right?
No, this is the girls under 20.
Girls under 20. Okay,
yes,
and we have the following position, which must have come about from the Grunfeld. So Greece with the black pieces here. And we have the G3 Grunfeld, E4 being played. And this is all pretty standard stuff. With white trying to rely on what Jonathan Rowson called, I think it was Delroy the D pawn. Jonathan Rowson called this one in his fantastic book on the Grunfeld. And Delroy is looking a little bit scary. There's been some famous games in this, I think, going back to the days Smyslov, and he used to play this variation, this kind of position with white, queen d7, and a standardish Grunfeld. I mean, if we're talking about where World Championship games where these openings have been played, one again springs to mind of recent years is Carlsen versus Anand. And I think Anand was the player of the black side. Maybe it's Carlsen, but this kind of position occurred in that World Championship match from I don't know how many years ago now. What, 6 years ago, Ivanchuk,
Yeah.
or something like that, roughly? But
7 years ago, I think.
right.
Yeah, it's an interesting Grunfeld actually, with white putting the knight on e2 as opposed to the standard f3. With the Grunfeld, it's you have to do something quite quickly because you are strategically worse. Just because white will just play queen d2, bishop h6, or put the rooks towards the center, and it just has a lot more freedom of space. I don't quite see how this knight on a6 is gonna get into the game. Usually it finds it's a kind of a little bit more productive square than that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, this d pawn is also like really annoying for black. Just there's always a threat of it queening, but that's not the only thing. It takes away a lot of squares, and it's just that sort of unit in the middle of the board which cuts black's position in two, really.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Vanka, that this position, I certainly like white's position, and if black can't sort of activate with some knight b4, which doesn't seem to achieve a great deal, white's plan is so easy. So I think, yeah, well, white doing okay there.
I think white is doing quite okay, and could pose some problems to black.
Okay, so next board 3. Oh, this is looking exciting.
Yeah.
Sorry, is Gabriel Sargsyan against Stelios Halikas, both very experienced grandmasters, and Sargsyan likes playing positional games and normally a slower approach. So we have the capture on the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah.
And after some more moves, actually one of the lines that white plays for a slow edge, and that is pawn takes c5. And white's just saying, okay, look, I have Sargsyan's a famous endgame player, isn't he, Ivanka? I think he's sort of known for his endgame expertise.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of the Armenian school of chess, which is, you do nothing. you provoke your opponent to overextend, and then you win. So, I mean, they're not afraid of long maneuvering games. And so I think this opening does suit him. I mean, white can play this opening for an edge and for like a serious edge because black hasn't quite equalized. And the hands of a very skilled player, then it's quite dangerous. But we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so very symmetrical, and this is all kind of
it's like moves like a6, b5. You see, I mean, it looks kind of innocuous, but in the right time, perhaps white can maneuver a piece to a5. This is the kind of thing that they think about, and they think about, okay, well, or the right time you maneuver, you play a2, a4, and you go knight d2, and you get a knight goes to c4. So it's like these tiny little. This seems absolutely insignificant things, but that counts.
Okay, so let's have a look. Well, they did go a4, and after pawn takes a4, rook takes a4, he can claim that a6 is more of a weakness than b3, because white certainly has ideas to gang up on that. Maybe, like, say, put the knight on c4, put the knight somewhere, rook a1. So king e7, knight bd2. Current position, white structure, I agree with you, Vanka, is favourable. And maybe this is just a good way to play. I mean, I do joke about, these solid ways of playing, but actually as I'm getting older, I quite like playing like this myself because, you don't risk much. You're playing for a small edge. It's kind of like, you're not risking getting absolutely destroyed in some, fierce Sicilian.
Yeah.
And you can make a whole style out of it. And the style that white's doing here is right. I'm literally just going to gang up on your weak pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work that out. But I think it's also like the older you get, the less you don't like drama. You like things to be ordered.
That's what it is true. I mean, it is. I mean, when you're young, it's kind of like normal in life, Ivanka. I mean, like when everyone's younger, you're much more averse to taking risks and being a bit crazy. But as you get older, you just want to put your slippers up, in front of the fire. Were you a bit of a risk taker when you were young, Ivanka?
No, I was never a risk taker. I do have a reckless streak in me, but I mean, yeah. But I do like. I mean, I did always enjoy the dramatic, and now I find myself, okay, I can't be dealing with that. I just want an easy life.
Nice cup of tea, nice cup of Horlicks, put on a bit of nice TV and
Yeah,
chill. I understand
exactly.
that. Yeah, you are still young. We're actually the same age, aren't we? It's funny. We've been around on the circuit for a while, so yes. So yeah. Anyway, let's go down to board 4, and
This is the women's board. This is Stavroula Suka. I find it difficult. Oh no, this is not. Sorry, this is Anna Marie Botsari from Greece against Lilit Makachan. So this is board 4.
And we had an open Sicilian here, and this is the canned variation of the Sicilian. Both sides developing quite sensibly, stopping bishop b4, and now this has all been seen before, this kind of play. Bishop f3 is starting to think about creating some nasty threats, and the next move is not really a move you want to play, I don't think, in this position. I mean, it's kind of, you kind of get this in some Naidos, but does black have an option? Can black stop this move? e5, it seems a little bit ugly because suddenly you're giving this d5 square away, which white comes into.
Yeah.
And now after taking, you have to lose another tempo because your queen is attacked. Black has not castled yet. a4, this kind of idea Sargsyan used. b4, and there's something a little bit smelly about black's position, I feel, Ivanka.
I do feel the same way, and it's not easy for black to get developed. I mean, you just have to. Here's the moment where you have to be accurate, because I feel there's like d6s in the air. There's this queen on f6 can be hassled. Perhaps, you know, if I could get f4 in, but you know, that's going to be difficult. So I'm just trying to think about what does black want to do and try to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if black can go, ideally probably bishop e7, maybe bishop d6 and castle, black is kind of okay, but that takes 2 moves and it's white's move. So it's certainly, I mean, maybe even bishop e7, there's some tactic with d6 occasionally.
Yeah.
And it just seems like there's something rather dubious about black's position, as we both said.
Yeah, for instance, yeah, I'm just thinking, or maybe it could be something as basic as trying to win the b4 pawn, because eventually you're going to have to, because also you do have rook e1, just trying to develop, and then a move, yeah, and then bishop d4 was kind of an idea, but something tells me that there's something odd.
Yeah, I mean, I think black can play bishop e7, but you do have to watch out for this d6 move. It doesn't work here,
no,
because the bishop takes f3. But I mean, it just seems like it's taking black a long time to get castled.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something as basic as a5, because that pawn on b4, I mean,
could be a5.
a5,
trying to round this one up.
Yeah, but that's maybe a little bit too materialistic. So,
well, I like what you said earlier, Ivanka, about trying to push for f4. So if we're going to do that, let's just move the bishop. I don't know where. But I'm going to put it on e4. Because I want to blast the position open whilst black has not castled. And f4 seems like a very nice move to play. My bishop is going to be pointing at your king if you castle. Let's just try that one. So maybe. It looks good for white, doesn't it? It looks very nice.
It does look nice. It does look very pleasant for whites, yeah.
But maybe there's an even better move than bishop e4. Who knows? Probably something even stronger here. Okay, but I think we should cover the other boards. So at the moment, Armenia looking to have better openings. And the next board is this game here, where we have 2 experienced players. I don't know the player of the white pieces, I have to admit, but I've heard of Elena Danilian, who has been around the women's scene and I think challenged for the World Championship sometimes. I mean, is that possible? She's done
very well. I mean, I think she's a fully fledged grandmaster, so she's a very strong player, very, very famous. She's been top board for Armenia since 1996 or something. So she's really very, very strong. Stavroula is also very famous as well. She's one of these up and coming young Greek. I think she was even world junior champion at some stage. So yeah, quite an impressive. And also she has a very impressive score in the top division. I think she got 6.5 out of 9 or something. So it was good.
Right.
Helped Greece through.
So an interesting opening here. We had the modern Benoni, and this is a very aggressive opening from black. I think some of the things I've heard about the modern Benoni, and you have famous players like Bobby Fischer, Macau Tao, have played this aggressive opening, but I think it was maybe John Nunn who summed it up the best. And he basically also used to play the modern Benoni, and he said something along the lines of, well, it's a bad opening for black. White is better, but black gets lots of tactical chances because all the pieces remain on the board. It's a very dynamic position with the pieces often flying in towards white's king. On the other hand, white is better because he's got central control. I mean, I never really like playing against the Benoni, Ivanchuk, because I just find that black always gets these tricks. And it's really, you have to always keep, you have to keep your eyes open for lots of different things. And we can see how...
I mean, it is a tricky, especially against the G3 system. I know the G3 system does have a reputation for being good, but it's also, I think, there are easier openings to play against the Benoni. For instance, I really like playing against the Benoni, by the way. I find it's quite straightforward because I clamp down on their space deficit. But like with the bishop on G2, fianchetto, black gets chances, that's for sure.
So let's have a look. So we have both sides developing fairly normally. This is certainly a rare setup for black, putting the pawn on H6 and knight on F8. Normally the knight tries to come into E5, and it's not ideal to put it here.
Yeah, also knight E4 has been, I've seen knight E4 being played as well to try to kind of control this E4 square, or bishop F5 as well. But
so let's have a look. More moves, and now this is an important moment. Black's really got to play the next move now that white stepped out the pin. One of the main maneuvers white has in Benoni, especially when there's a pawn here, is transferring the knight to C4. And this can be very good. Black's light squared bishop is actually a very bad piece in the Benoni because it's controlled by white's pawn. So black wants to swap this bishop off. If black doesn't, I don't know, let's say plays rook b8. After knight to d2, this bishop is just a target. It's going to be attacked. And that knight on c4 attacks this weakness on d6, clamps down on b6. So you've got to capture that knight, which black does, understanding the opening. And now play queen c7, just defending everything. Queen b6. So white's basically saying, okay, well, I'm going to go for an ending because I have the two bishops. And this might be a glimmer of hope for Greece this game because it must be white who's a little bit better. And the one sort of break that white often plays to win against the Benoni is e5. Yeah. This break can give you the passed d pawn, open your bishops up. So we'll see rook d8, and now e5 is played, and we have bishop takes e5, and this is looking really good for white with d6 and bishop c7.
It's looking great for white, I must admit. I mean, allowing queen b6 was a little bit strange in my opinion, because
this h6 and knight f8, Ivanchuk, just looked wrong.
Totally wrong. It also looked very wrong to me because my understanding is that you control the e4 square against the fianchetto Benoni. Also, you do have the problem that unless you do something active, this pawn structure that black has with d6 and c5 isn't actually that good. It's like they say, you know, the best Benoni is still a bad Benoni.
Best Benoni is a bad Benoni. Yeah.
And I didn't believe that until I actually played a game, and then my opponent accidentally got into this amazing Benoni, and I found a way to maneuver it, and then she had a bad Benoni, and I showed this position to David Howell, and he goes, yeah, he goes, well, black looks to be doing really well, and then there was like, yeah, but you know what they say.
The best Benoni is a bad Benoni. A good Benoni is still a bad Benoni.
Still a bad Benoni, yeah. Still a bad one.
The most famous player in the Benoni is the late is it Gashimov? I hope I've said that right. Who was a player? Oh God, he was. Well, Gashimov, he wasn't Armenian, was he?
He was Azerbaijan. He was
Azerbaijan. Yeah. And Gashimov played some brilliant games in Benoni, and he played it all the time at top level. Unfortunately, he passed away far too young and there's been many tournaments in his honor. But Gashimov he made it look good, but you had to be a special talent to make
you have to
look
be
good.
you have to be very good with dynamics and activity and knowing when to sacrifice. You also don't have to not care about material and simply just play on dynamics. In the hand, I mean, it's undoubtedly true that in the hands of a very skilled player, Benoni is very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
I have felt uncomfortable there, but you have to know what you're doing. So shall we revisit some of the boards?
Yeah, well, we can just see what happened. We're saying all that, and this is not the game now went rook takes e5. So black did go for some rather desperate move, I feel. And the idea of this is, okay, black gets at least one pawn, but after d6 and these pawns dropping, obviously white's just an exchange up. So that's a glimmer of hope for Greece. Okay, now the last game, and maybe we'll just do current position, shall we?
Yeah.
Ivanchuk, is this position here. And, well, it looks like, again, this could be quite positive for Greece. We're just doing a snap judgment. It's an open position, 2 bishops, yeah? This must be all right for white.
I mean, it does look good for Greece, except it's an endgame. It's a quiet, this knight on b5 is quite strong. But I can see white grinding this down, to be honest with you.
White's better here. White is definitely better. I can see
a situation where, the rooks get traded off, the white king comes running to the queen side, and this pawn on a7 gets lost.
Definitely. I mean, it's just that standard thing, 2 bishops in an open position with pawns on both sides of the board, meaning that black does have a pawn on this side. If that pawn and the b pawn weren't on the board, black would be absolutely fine. But knights are not very good at controlling both sides of the board. So this knight can also be squeezed, as white's doing here, forcing it to a passive square. And it looks I'd really not be comfortable playing this. Maybe black can hold this, but I would say that white is certainly going to be pushing for a win here.
Yeah.
So it's one of those. Okay, so now should we go back to board 1? And
let's go back and see how Levon Aronian is doing.
Now, we had it after rook b6, so we'll just update. Knight takes e6 and c4. This is kind of a clever way to play, I feel. Pawn to c6, black very solid. Queen e2, and now bishop e3, rook d1. Black's pawn's looking a little bit scary.
Yeah, that's just the thing about this position. The center, this black pawn center, is so easy to push, and the play is so straightforward. I think this is the big thing. It's clear what we want. We want to establish dominance on the dark squares, and it's clear that we want to be pushing those.
Indeed. I mean, it's very easy for black to play, isn't it? Black just pushes the pawns, creates some checkmate ideas, and white gets very short of time, blunders and loses.
Exactly.
Which I'm actually thinking, if you look at the time situation, I mean, you don't really want to be playing moves like g3, but you have to.
I'm kind of curious as to whether Levon has to actually play like a 2800 to win this. I mean, all his moves seem really natural, really good. Again, knight g4 looks great. And then this is the kind of thing he plays f2, f4, and then you just have to make an easy, take a decision.
It looks absolutely horrible for white, black's piece is just flooding in now. The knight on g4, fantastic. Rook on f7, queen about to take on g3. The white king exposed.
Yeah,
and you can see.
And also look at the time. The time difference is huge. 41 seconds against 8 minutes. Yeah. And you can actually see from the webcam that Levon is super comfortable. He's sat back and enjoying life.
Now, this is also the kind of position, Ivanchuk, where I wouldn't be surprised if black just has a force win, starting with king takes bishop.
Well, there is king takes bishop is possible because the queen takes rook, and then
I wanted to take here, but
yeah, hang on, but this bishop on g5 is defending this rook. That was let's not complicate things.
No, but obviously if there's a win, you have to.
There's a win, yeah. But maybe we don't even need to play like that. We can just after rook f7. Bishop, maybe we can just simply defend. King goes to f8. Yeah, we don't need to do anything fancy.
Yeah, I expect king f8 would be played. The king's not so weak here because white cannot get to it. White's kind of tied down to covering his king, but Lev's going to win this one. There's, I mean,
Yeah, for
there's
sure.
everything is
100%.
just.
I mean, even
against
moves
White.
like bishop f4 don't work because of queen e1.
Yeah, well, he's played it. Bishop f4,
Okay.
Queen e1 played. I expect White's going to try to grovel, but can you play Queen f1? It's game. It's just absolutely horrible. Absolutely
Yeah,
disgusting.
it's gone completely wrong. I mean, everything
Yeah.
is going to. So, and again, White is playing with 11 seconds left.
Yeah, not good. Not good. It's
Okay,
gone
well,
King G2. I wonder if it's a finish. I mean, it's always nice trying to find a finish. Like bishop takes bishop, knight e3. There's probably more than one finish here. Yeah, you don't even need to sacrifice in a position to win this one. Do you want to watch the end of it, or shall we move on?
Well, there we've been treated to it. Rook takes f4. Yeah, I was working that one out.
And there's a check. There's a cheeky check. King f7.
Yeah, but the king just moves.
And now we're just literally going to win the rook and the game. I think it's going to be resignations here. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. You know, even knight e. Yeah, there you go. So Armenia have taken a 1-point lead. So let's have a look at the other games.
Now, this was another one which looked like Armenia had quite a nice opening in the Grunfeld. And we have more moves being played. Again, we're just going to update through what we've seen. Black's knight, not really where you want to put your knight there.
Nope.
If you could put the knight on d6, you're happy, but not really in the corner of the board.
But okay, it's not going to stay on a8, hopefully. It will make.
You'd hope so. Yeah.
It will make a bid for freedom, I'd hope.
Yeah, you certainly hope so. Otherwise, it's bad news. And now White just putting all of her pieces in the center of the board. And let's have a look. Starting to activate bishop f8, bishop g2, queen d6, knight e2. And the knight has popped its head out the door again. Current position here.
Yeah.
Armenia already 1 point up. And it's a bit of pressure here, but White's d pawn. I just like this d pawn in these positions. I think it's really strong. But it's not. It's still not clear. It's not.
No, it's
entirely
still not.
clear.
It's still certainly not clear. But you know, it's not. You know, you'd still have moves like c4, I mean, I'm thinking a4, and you do have pressure, like you say, on d5. So knight c3 makes a lot of sense. But I wonder whether now it's the time to
do something with the pawn. So play one of these two moves. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. I mean, isn't knight e4 a threat?
Knight e4 trying to come in towards the king. Yeah.
Yeah. Or take the c5 pawn.
Ah, greedy. Don't.
I'm kind of thinking about d6 and perhaps taking the c5 pawn at the same time. So, yeah.
Well, I think c4. I mean, this is a move. If I was black, I'd be trying to get some activity, and I think it's a very tempting move to play. But as you said, Ivanchuk, it could backfire with some knight e4. I mean, I'm looking at the black king, and there's only this bishop which is vaguely defending it. So I would want to play knight e4. Let's have a look at knight e4.
Knight e4 looks good, yeah.
Where does the black queen go? Because if the black queen goes to a dark square, it can be hit by the bishop. And is my knight going to land up on this horribly aggressive square here? So,
well, yeah, I also have d6 in the air as well. So if you go, where can you go with the queen?
It's very bad to find a square. I mean, think about the squares. If you go here, bishop d4, knight f6 is going to kill.
Yeah.
Because the bishop now covers those dark squares. If you go to this square, then bishop g5 is not much better for black.
No, it's not that much better either. So
if you try grabbing a pawn, hello. If you go to d7, hi. That's not any better. It's not easy. If you go to c7, we've even got d6. Maybe you have to go to b8, but that is not fun to play that move.
No, but
look
look
at the time. I didn't see the time.
The time is 8 seconds, and she has to make a move. Hang on.
And this has happened.
This has happened. Queen b8. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be crushing.
What's going to happen after a move like knight f6?
Guess you have to go king to h8, so you have bishop g7 available.
And now,
but even here, I'm looking for a win here. Basically, this is the kind of position where it feels to me, because of some weaknesses here, that White could easily just have a forced win in this structure.
Absolutely. And with 8 seconds left as well, I don't know.
I know.
Of defense.
Yeah. Do you know the best strategy that I was taught? When you have a position like this and your opponent's very short of time, obviously if you're doing well, you shouldn't change your strategy. You should take your time. But a very good thing to do is often not to try and force the issue, because if you try to force the issue, it gives your opponent easy moves to make. A very good strategy is just to play moves where your opponent has to quickly find a move. So it's very tempting to force the issue when your opponent's short time. But it's actually a mistake to do that. I mean, generally, you shouldn't play any differently, whatever your opponent's time has. But if you're going to, give them choices, I think is the way to play it.
I agree with you. I did it once. Often I get a bit excited and I fall into the whole thing of forcing the issue. But at one time I did it and I was like, I'm going to play H3.
Yeah.
And then the guy was like, okay, I didn't expect H3.
Yeah. Then he blundered because he
was like, I'm going to go G3 and then H4. And he was like, oh, what is this? And every time I just played some random move and it totally improved my position. And then of course he made this.
I mean, now look at these dart squares. This is a nice move. Bishop E5
I mean,
will be played.
Bishop E5, we do have knight C6.
Okay, I'm actually now thinking about sacrificing my queen somehow.
Okay, so
but you don't need to. King H8, and now maybe Bishop E5, because we can our bishop is now going to take on C6.
Yeah.
For example, knight C6. Now we just take it, and this game is going to be another victory. The draw on bottom board. Those two bishops, a little bit strangely ended very quickly. Maybe it wasn't as bad for black as it was, and this is all looking very bad for Greece this first round. Nasty ideas coming up. Oh, there must be a killer move here.
There has to be, right?
I mean, knight takes H5, G4. Maybe take that knight on C6 first, yeah? Get rid of that one.
Take that knight.
Yeah, it's got to be a finish.
But also, I mean, can we find a simple way that we don't even have to calculate? That's also... Those ones are also quite nice. Like, for instance, knight takes pawn is good because then you've got queen takes rook.
Yeah. Very simple, very nice, very effective. Yeah. And white has just played knight takes H5. 3 pieces coordinating very well. And this is going to be another victory.
Yeah, another victory.
Armenia.
Yeah.
Okay, so Armenia cruising at the moment. Is there any joy for Greece in any of the boards? Let's go on.
We go back to the Stavrula against Danielian.
Okay, what's this one
This
here?
is the Benoni.
Aha, so this, good. So there is a glimmer of hope here. White is playing very nicely, and it looks like Greece is going to get a win. There's 2 pawns in the exchange up, completely winning, and even resigns wouldn't be such a bad move here, would it? I mean, no. I've seen worse moves than resigns in this position.
I think that the Armenian team, I recognize the surroundings of Elina Danielian and Mathieusen. They're playing in the chess house, I think, or because some teams have actually got them together and they're playing in a united area and a quite prestigious area. Like I know the Russians are playing in the chess club, which is the Moscow chess club is amazing. It's like this palace, and that's quite nice. And I think
it's a nice idea. Because you get that a little bit team spirit, don't you? If you're playing the same building, and maybe when you might be playing at home, and the cat could jump on you, or like there could be something happening. If you've got kids, the kid could come over. That actually happened to some matches. But if you're playing in a hall, there's less distractions, right? So you can concentrate better. So.
Yeah, and also there's fast internet. You're not responsible for that. There's probably snacks and things that you can kind of, and someone on hand in the breaks to go, you can do it, you got this. Free
snacks, I'm in. Now there was another result here, and this was another win for Armenia. And in this position, a lot of results come through. There's only one game going on, so I'll be quick. Black took this pawn here, but this is actually falling into a trick, because now after c takes d5, black must have thought, I'll go rook takes c1, forgetting about this check. So black blunders a pawn, black blunders a piece there, loses. And board 2 was indeed a win. So where we win that? Okay, that was very easy. We saw this one.
So I think we're down to Halkias.
Haukit's playing. So what's the score now? So have Armenia already won? So
Yeah, I
Armenia
think they're
2-3.
3.5, 1.5. Yeah, so I think they've won.
Well, they had a win. Okay, Armenia won. Armenia 2 points up. Armenia 3 points up. So it's 3-1. So Armenia have won the first round.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And this is the last game going on with Sarkisian. Piece up now. So how did that happen? Last time I looked, it seemed all right. This was like the last time we looked at the game, and somehow Black has blundered a piece. So let's just see how Black blunders a piece here. And well, where's the piece blunder? Oh, there it is.
He grabbed a hot pawn.
He grabbed a very hot pawn. And this is going to be a matter of time now. I mean, okay, there's you can sometimes draw this position because there's so little material on the board, but at the end of the day, it's a piece up. So Armenia won the first round as expected.
Yeah, and of course, match points are so important. It's not actually game points. Like I originally thought it would be game points, but it's not. It's match points. It doesn't matter if you win 6-0 or 3.5, 2.5. It just matters that you won. And so here, I think, I think it's a quite elementary win for.
It's a lovely camera view that Sarkisian's got there. We can see top part of his t-shirt, his arm, and a little bit of his chin there. So I always find it funny when some people just don't know how to set up their cameras. And I mean, obviously, when you're playing, you just concentrate on the game. But I
think the thing is, when you start off, you're normal. You're sat there and they can see you. But as soon as you get into the game, you move forward, you move back, and then
true.
And then you completely forget about the camera. Because I did when I was playing for England, I must admit I did start off like this, and then before I knew it, I think you just saw my top of my head.
Yeah, it happens so often, doesn't it? Because you're concentrating on the game, you don't care about anything else,
right.
And the camera's not really that important to the players. They need to get their concentration levels up. The game easily winning here. Harry's going to prevail, as well as those couple of extra pieces that White has. I mean, there's no point really Black playing on here, because even if he wins, the team still loses. You could resign now. But okay, I mean, it's
a matter of pride, Simon.
But what do you mean by pride? You're always going to lose this position, and your team's going to lose anyway.
I know. But it's like it's difficult to let go, because it was a draw, and resigning is the ultimate way. As you just lose. It's why are you still playing? There's hope.
I mean, when you're a piece and 2 pawns down against a 2650 player, and it doesn't matter the result for your team, you can resign.
Okay. Now I think it's curtains, and now I think it will be. Because King is coming, and
we've just been told. Okay, there we go. I thought maybe a matter of trying to save his Chess.com rating, 2275. He's trying to get it up. Well, there we go. That was quite a smooth victory for Armenia, really, wasn't it? There was a couple of good incidences from Greece in there. Obviously, if we go to this one, this was a very nice game from Stav Rola, who beat Alina there. So that was a very nice result. But in the end, it did seem quite smooth, Ivanka.
Yeah, it did seem very easy for Armenia. I mean, I think this will come as a big relief to them, because they were playing in the my section on the Pool C, and I did know it was a struggle to get through to the preliminaries.
Right.
They got through by virtue of a 5-1 victory against Egypt, and it's. You kind of feel that this kind of victory will kind of be very healing towards the team, because you feel like, okay, right, we're on the right track.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so just to let you know, the winner of this is going to play India in the quarterfinals, which is going to be tomorrow. All the winning teams have to play tomorrow. That will be very exciting. But we're about ready to take another short break. Can Greece come back and cause some kind of shock in the next round? It's going to be tough, but you never know. We'll be back looking at that game in about 10 minutes, I think, Ivanka, something like that.
Yeah. See you then.
Hello, hello, hello. And it is now the second part of this match between Armenia, one of the powerhouses of chess, a great chess nation with a chess history, and Greece, who are also a very strong team. They are outgraded on most boards by Armenia, and they need to win this match to go to another Armageddon. Can we get a third Armageddon in a row? I think it's unlikely, but you
Yeah, but
never can
stranger
tell.
things have happened, Simon. So we don't know. I mean, it would be nice. It would be nice to have some extra excitement as well. But Armenia put in such a smooth performance in the first game that I think it's unlikely.
Yeah, they looked good, didn't they, Ivanka? I mean, they were very smooth. Aronian won very nicely,
Yeah.
made it look easy. If anything, against a very strong grandmaster. That's one thing I find very hard to understand, Ivanka. I mean, I'm a grandmaster, but I don't understand how players like Aronian, they just beat strong grandmasters and they make it look really easy, and they do it on a regular basis. You know, they don't just do it once or twice. They do it like 10 games in a row. Oh, there's another 2,600. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, thank you. How do they do it?
I think it's something to do with harmony, this concept of using all your pieces. I mean, it's something that Magnus does it very, very well. And they play on the psychological fact that, you know, they're playing very simple, very natural chess. And the opponent has to find special moves. And I think that it takes time, it takes effort, and people go wrong.
It's true, yeah. And obviously they have just such a fantastic understanding for the game. But
Yeah.
it's really hard to, it's really hard to sometimes notice the difference between 2,600 and the 2,700, but it is there. But actually to pinpoint what it is, it's quite hard to see, and that's what kind of even makes it that bit more magical in a way, which Aronian is obviously, he has been and is one of the best players in the world for, and most talented for a period of time.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I am in a forest is because I'm from Surrey in England, and I like getting a bit of fresh air. It's not nice doing the show in a stuffy office, so I normally set things up in the garden. This is down the bottom of my garden. Just put out the computer. I've got a very long lead. I've got a little thing over the top to keep the rain away, and I like broadcasting outside, Ivanka. Maybe you've got a little bit of a forest behind you.
I have
Ivanka.
a little bit of a forest behind me, but not much.
Oh.
But yeah.
A forest. I do like the Monstera wallpaper.
Outdoors, Simon.
It is nice. Yeah. Well, it actually is quite like that around where I live. Okay. Well, we're in, Ivanka. We're in with some of the games now, and we can keep an eye on the opening of the top board, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that. Levon, of course, had a very smooth win with the black pieces, and now let's see what he chooses to play with the white pieces.
Yes.
I mean, I love watching Levon play because I love his style. He takes the center. Okay, well, having said that, he's chosen an opening that doesn't take the center, but
he plays this system quite a lot now. I mean, this is kind of actually, we know Mark Hedman plays this as well. And it's an idea to go e4. And I've seen Aronian do this with the knight on g1 more regularly. And this knight b5 idea is another sort of modern take on the position. I think it's Jabava who made this kind of idea popular, and Aronian.
But
and
if I remember rightly, isn't this like a bit deja vu? Because when we were commenting Gibraltar in the playoff, in fact, I'm pretty sure that it was quite similar to a game against MVL, and that Levon won. And you said, I've just released a DVD on this.
DVD, got a DVD on everything. No, it's true. I mean, Aronian plays a lot of these sort of D4 systems. And what I've noticed is when his opponent goes for the King's Indian, I don't see Aronian rarely taking on the King's Indian defense. I can't remember a game where he goes main line against the King's Indian. He prefers playing these kind of more positional setups. And it's really hard to understand this idea, I think, of knight b5. It took me a while to sort of realize, why are you putting the knight there to move it again later on? And basically the main idea is to put black's knight on a6. Black has to put the knight on a6. And white is saying positionally, your knight on a6 shouldn't be there. It should actually be going to d7, where you can control the e5 break in the center. On a6, it's really bad. Even if you go to c7, and to e6. There's no good square for this knight. So
Yeah.
that's kind of why White's losing a lot of time, I think, Ivanka.
Yeah,
I guess.
absolutely. You know, I think this knight b5 is quite a dangerous idea, and the knight isn't that badly placed on a3 actually. You know, supports c4. The only thing I'm not really sure about, I don't think bishop takes a6 is actually a great move. Because it looks very tempting to get rid of the to double the black a pawn, but actually those pawns aren't necessarily a weakness. I mean, I don't know whether it's specific to the. It's actually true in this particular example, but I know in general when I see the move bishop takes a6, I feel very, very happy because suddenly I get the opening of an a line, and this double pawn doesn't bother me.
There's also this intermezzo queen a5 check, so you don't even. I mean, I know.
Don't even do that.
I mean, I know with the knight on c3, taking on here makes more sense because you have the possibility of getting your knight to c5, and if you can get your knight to c5, then there's more positional sense. But with the knight on a3, it doesn't make sense at all to consider it. So, okay, so that is the board one game, and they're kind of out of theory, aren't they? This whole kind of thing is really out of theory, isn't it? It's not a theory battle.
I think kind of works on this whole thing of having an internet. So you have a repertoire for your over the board stuff, which is probably more mainline. But here it seems like this is the perfect opening for internet rapid play chess, because ultimately you know the system and its plans and the structures better than your opponent does, and that's very important.
Now, I would love to. I just saw a webcam picture of Sargsyan. Last time we had a lovely picture of his neck, but I don't know if he's moved. There was a great picture. We just had a great webcam of him in a brilliant pose, but I think it's moved on now. So we might not be able to get it back up. But okay, should we go to the next board? I'm not sure which one it'll be, but we can try. Ah, there we go, Sargsyan. So here we are. And this starts off with the Italian variation, bishop c4, quite a trendy line. And now knight g5, where d5 is basically the main response to this now, played by Fischer. Pawn takes d5, knight a5, and this is all theory, check c6. And this is a line where black sacrifices a pawn, but white has quite bad development, some dodgy pieces, and the pawn on e5 is quite strong. So bishop e2, h6, and now knight h3. So you can kind of see black's compensation. And we get to a position with rook d8 being played, and that is the current position. Black's got some play here, hasn't black, Ivanka, I think?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely got play. This knight on h3, well, that's not looking so happy. Definitely pressure along the open D line. And if you just ignore the fact that black is a pawn down, you see he's got really nice harmony. This is the thing I like about the position. Every piece has a nice natural square. And yeah, I mean, I imagine that we are still in relatively mainstream territory though. Or
yeah, I think so. I think it's probably sort of theory, similar theory. I suppose black's got to decide, do you actually take the knight or not? And it's probably a mistake to take that one.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking that it's perhaps inaccurate too, because you do get all the lights. Because you know, yes, you doubled in my h pawns, but on the other hand, I've got all the light squares. So I think it's a nice trade-off.
So the white queen steps out of the way of the rook, meaning ideas of e4. Maybe e4 is an idea. For example, if you play, just play a move, e4 is an idea where black can open up the rook towards the queen. So queen e1 makes a lot of sense. We're also pointing at the knight over there.
I was going to say that, yeah. Lots of undiscovered threats.
Discovered threats, yeah. I think another idea that white does in these variations, Ivanka, is like just king h1, knight g1. You want to kind of get that knight back in the game, and maybe the king is a bit safer over on h1 as well. So probably a standard sort of opening here so far. Risky play from Stelios, because you are giving black activity. And I mean, when I'm playing with the white pieces, I don't really like giving my opponent activity. I feel like I want to control it a bit more. So I wouldn't play this position as white personally. But it's obviously a pawn.
Maybe it's a good tactic against an Armenian player. Of course, you remember I've mentioned before about the Armenian school of chess, which is all about long games, maneuvering these closed positions, and provoking your opponent to come forward. Perhaps, Sargsyan won't be in his comfort zone, having to prove something from the opening so early on.
Yeah, his playing against opponents so important at this level. You have to think, what are your opponent's strengths? Does he have any weaknesses? Let's try to get him into a position where he may be weaker, and maybe that's why this risky idea has been played.
Yeah.
Okay, next game. So we're now going to move over to this game here.
The junior board, junior under 20.
Board.
So
Trompovsky. I like a bit of Trompovsky. Bishop g5 from Haik of Armenia. And this is quite an English opening, really. I mean, a lot of the English players used to play it. Like, the most famous is Julian Hodgson, but so did Mickey Adams. And I think it's quite a cool move. It's a move to just get out of theory, try to get some simple position to play. We got the picture, by the way, of Sargsyan. Can we show the picture? I think it's get the caption right. So can anyone put a good caption to that picture? I think it's an amazing picture. We need a good caption for that.
No.
Yeah. Good capture there.
Oh no. Oh no, this is not good.
It's probably not what you want to be caught in, but
no, you don't want to have a resting chess face. My resting chess face is of boredom.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really don't. I really get annoyed when people try to take photos of me when I'm playing. Do you get annoyed by that? So
no, really.
You don't mind it. I remember one famous story was Wen Jun was playing against a very strong grandmaster Ivanchuk, I think, in one of the last rounds of the Reykjavik Open, and it got down to a very complex situation. They both had about 15 seconds left, and this guy had a flash on his camera, and he went straight up to Gwaine, 15 seconds left, took a picture, and it basically blinded Gwaine, who suddenly got over his flash, and he had 5 seconds left, blundered immediately. And he had I've never seen Gwaine angry, but this is one time I've seen Gwaine angry. So I think it's a little bit disrespectful sometimes.
But
we
could do it illegal as well. You're only meant to take pictures in the first 5 minutes. So I mean, how did this game go? I'm quite excited about this English weapon, the Trompovsky.
So d5 played, which is one of the more solid ways to play.
Yeah.
Knight d2, stopping any knight e4. c5, and now bishop takes f6. And taking on c4. This is quite a trendy way for
I was going to say
play.
This is trendy after Jan Gustafsson recommended this in his repertoire. I've seen everyone play this now. Like, okay, take on f6 and then just develop.
Where did he recommend this? I'm interested actually, because Gustafsson is a really good theoretician as well as a brilliant commentator. But
he did not an online course on it. So
online course, okay.
Yeah, cool. On like one of these like Glade D4, D5 or something like that. And so yeah, and this was one of the things he recommended. I know because I watched it and I was like, okay, this looks good.
Interesting.
And since then, I've seen almost everyone kind of play.
Because Black does have this kind of double pawns. Okay, he's got 2 bishops and more pawns in the center, but there's always attacking chances when Black castles for White in this kind of structure. White just goes e3 to block some queen b6 ideas, and they both now do some standard moves. c4 must be correct, and we get to the current position, which is after e4. I think I would take White here if I had to pick a side. I like the idea of generating something along the b1 h7 diagonal if I can clear the pawn on f5 out the way.
Yeah.
But also Black shouldn't be in too much trouble here. But
no, that's the thing. I think if Black unravels, then
yeah.
handles this position, it should be quite nice for black with the bishop pair. It's just a case of playing quite accurately now.
So if black can swap queens off the board, then black would be very happy, I think, here,
Yeah.
Because you get the queens off the board and there's not any danger to your king. But you've got to do something about this immediate idea of opening up towards h7, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you deal with this as black? Is there a way we can stop this idea of just getting the queen on here? Can we take and go f5, or is that really, really risky?
It did spring to mind, I have to say. I did think about playing that because those knights don't have too many posts. So I don't want to be playing moves like f4 because of e5. So I also consider playing rook c8 as well, because you have the idea of knight d4. And then perhaps after queen d3, if he really wants to keep the pin, looks a bit it looks a little bit odd for whites, I think.
It looks like a strange place to put the queen, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look
square.
a bit. I mean, if you don't put the where are you gonna put the queen on?
Yeah, but it might be all right.
It looks a bit odd.
Okay.
I mean, it looks a bit odd with the queen on d3, but I just.
Yeah.
And then I kind of thinking about your idea of pawn takes pawn and then f5.
And playing f5. Yeah, we can. I suppose we can show after rook c8 why white shouldn't do something like this straight away. Ivanchuk points out just knight d4, attacking the queen, and maybe not here. Okay, maybe not here. So can we take the pawn? Can we just take the pawn? That's probably the first question we asked. If knight d4, are we going queen e4? Is that just simply queen e4? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So can you take the pawn on f5? What's black's idea?
So
there's a nice little tactic, actually, isn't there? If knight to d4, trying to play here, we don't go queen e4. I think we can play f6, and we're probably is this just winning? It looks very scary for black anyway. You take the queen, I take your queen, and I'm threatening two pieces, for example.
Yeah, maybe we don't need to do anything. Maybe we can just recapture the pawn.
This has occurred. He's just taken back.
Yeah, just take it back and just go fine. Yeah. Don't need to do anything special. Let's just develop my pieces. Let's not do anything fancy.
I mean, I like when I look at things and they look a bit ugly in chess, I'm like, oh, I wouldn't want to have this pawn structure as black. It's probably okay. But
I think it is okay. I mean, that's my feeling, is that white has a set of knights, and those knights have got no squares. Like when you're objective about it, it's you're kind of like, oh, well, it's not that dangerous. And then now the bishop has a square on e6 and it can improve itself. Now the rooks have rook f8 to d8. It just...
This has occurred.
Oh, has occurred. Okay.
Yeah. You're right about the knights. The white knights, they're sort of sharing squares. And they can't really find anywhere good to go, can they? They haven't got any good squares going forwards. You can't go here because there's maybe b5.
Yep.
You can't move this knight anywhere. So they're very clumsy pieces, the knights on f3.
They have a name, don't they? I'm thinking it's something like disextenuated something knights.
I think it was Jonathan Rowson again in one of his books, one of his great books, talks about these knights. I don't know if that's where it comes from. They do have a name. I'm not sure what it is when they share squares like this.
Yeah.
Something like that. Oh, that's it.
Superfluous knights.
Yeah, that's the one. Superfluous knights.
Yeah.
Well, white's still trying. White has an idea of swinging the queen in near to the black king. So queen h6, maybe with knight g5 ideas, then looking attractive.
Yeah, and also this bishop takes pawn.
Simple, grab that pawn.
Yeah.
you can even play rook e1 first, I suppose, Ivanka, just to put some more pressure on.
Yeah.
So it's kind of in the balance, this game, I guess.
Shall we
Let's
have a look at some other positions?
definitely. Okay, so now next one. Well, did we look at Aronian's game? We did.
We did, and I can see that there's been a few more moves. So
okay, so let's go through roughly where we were last time, just get up to date. And Aronian has managed to get his c4 in. Many exchanges happening. And it's now getting a bit tactical around here with opposite kind of bishops on the board. So you'd imagine fairly even at the moment.
Yeah, but not so even, is it? Because I'm just thinking the bishop can come to c2 at some stage and perhaps can cause some issues. Although maybe it would just fizzle out into a draw.
I think queen a6 is a very clever move. You want to get rid of the queens in this position, even if you have to double your pawns. It doesn't matter. I think it's quite hard for white to keep the queens on. The only way white can try to prove any advantage if he can keep the queens on the board, and as you say, Ivanka get some play at bishop c2, but it doesn't seem to be possible. Can you go queen e4 then for that reason?
No, I think there's I'm thinking that there might be some rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8, and I have to try queen takes e8.
Yeah, but then I have rook takes queen, and then queen b5.
Queen b5, yeah. Yeah, and that is
so
forking.
But once the queens come off, I think the position is pretty level.
I think so. This will probably be a draw. A draw.
Which is not a bad result, because remember, Armenia have won their first game. They just need to win or draw, and then they're through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Okay, so just to let everyone know, Aronian decided not to go for that completely dry position, and he has kept queens on, meaning he's still trying to win. The next board is this encounter where it was the only win in the first round for Greece, and Star Rola was the star of the show.
She was.
And we have a typical kind of isolated pawn position. This pawn on d4 can't be protected by another pawn on like c3 and e3. So it's a little bit weak, but you can also build your pieces to attack with an isolated pawn. White puts a knight on e5, and the normal way you attack is to aim for h7 eventually. So you try to put your queen somewhere on this diagonal to attack that square. Maybe rook d1, bishop b1, queen d3.
Yeah. I do also wonder whether knight g5 is something that could be dangerous for black.
Yeah, definitely. With some sacrifice ideas as well.
Some sacrifice ideas on f7. I do know that the knight coming to g5 is often a very dangerous attacking idea.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel like white has a very pleasant isolated queen QP position.
Well, should we try knight g5? I mean, we can put it on the board.
It's not our game. We can be as adventurous as we like.
It's much easier sacrificing someone else's pieces.
Exactly.
So
they do say the spectator sees everything, because we don't have any emotion. We can just come in and just look. Yeah. I've actually had that on a few occasions where the arbiter, after I finished my game, has turned and said, "Well, you missed the win after this." And I'm like,
no. Really? The arbiter? I hope it wasn't Stuart Rubin.
No. So I mean, she's quite good. She was actually Greek, in fact. She was actually quite a good player. Yeah. I mean, it actually happens, funny enough, in the Olympiad. The arbiters are very strong, about 2,300.
Okay.
And they're stronger than the actual players. And yeah.
I really hate it. Like if I play a game of chess and I lose the game, if I lose a game, I'm in quite a bad mood, and all I really want to do is get the hell out of there. And maybe I'll talk with my opponent, if he's nice. But I hate it when you lose a game and the first thing that happens is your opponent goes, "You missed a win," and he's like, it's like, ha ha ha. It's like, you missed a win. You could have played blah blah blah, and it's like, you think about it, like, it makes you feel even worse. I don't know. I don't like it when someone points it out that I missed a win. I'll put it on the computer later and find out anyway. So
I don't mind. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. exactly.
Yeah, thanks.
It's either going to be the arbiter or the computer. So pick your pick.
So yeah, so knight g5 has ideas of something along the lines of taking on f7, starting a sacrificial attack. You could also sort of back down here and even go knight e4, couldn't you? If you decide not to sacrifice, try to get rid of the knight on f6. So it's a little bit dangerous for black, this position.
It is a little bit dangerous. I mean, alternatively, you don't need to go mad and play knight g5. You can just, like you suggested, just put your rooks to the center and wait until you do, wait for kind of a little bit more decisive moment to go forward.
Rook fe1's been played, so that's again.
So now, now knight g5 comes with a little bit more power.
Queen d6, a5 is a positional way to play because you're cramping down. Rook c8, and here's the decision: do you go knight g5 or do you play slower with something like rook d1? You can even h4 is not a bad move here because it supports you putting a piece of g5, and that little pawn can be used to try to open up the king. Well, rook c1, positional approach, Ivanka.
Yeah. This one I'm not so sure about because, of course, as you know, the more pieces you trade off. But then again, knight g5 still is a very powerful idea. I can just see that if black were to go rook takes rook, and then rook c8, then you do have ideas of,
knight g5.
Knight g5. I'm just thinking maybe rook takes rook first, and then knight g5. Yeah. So I mean, it does make sense. I mean, I remember I was told once that the IQP isn't so bad if you control the open line, which is the open C line. So as long as you have control of that, you're okay.
Right. I mean, I agree with you, though. I mean, the other rule is when you have the isolated pawn, you generally want to avoid swapping pieces off because the pawn becomes weaker and weaker. The further you get into the ending. Okay, I think we had a quick draw. This is quite peculiar, unless I'm looking at things wrong. We had like an 8-move draw here, which is quite strange. Let's have a look. So, okay, there's not much to look at, but they only played 8 moves, and well, they basically
there you go.
They drew like this. I mean, you could say that the Armenian players are higher rated players, so drawing against higher rated players is not a bad idea. But when you got the white pieces, it's giving away half a point. Well, not giving away half a point, but having a quick draw puts a little bit of extra pressure on the rest of your team.
Right. I mean,
the players are playing black.
I mean, it's a once in a life. Well, it's a kind of rare opportunity to play the online Olympiad. So I do think a little bit sad that the player of the white pieces didn't really go for it. But then, okay, it happens.
It's a little bit sad. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to be too critical of it because,
no.
I'm pretty sure that people can point to my 8-move draws and stuff and say, well, why didn't you do this? So, whatever. No. It's easier to sit there and condemn.
But it does sort of, if you're playing on the team, it means the players with the black pieces, you could say there's a little bit more pressure on them because one white's out the window. The players with the black pieces, your teammates might feel it a bit more because now they have that extra pressure on.
Right. But if I were to be objective about it, actually, I would have said out of the Greek team, I would have said Anna Maria is a very strong player, but I would have predicted it would have been a win for Liren McCutcheon. So
Lilith's very strong. They're both very strong players. Obviously,
they're both very strong players. But if I had to say that what would be the result, I would probably say Lilith would win. So maybe maybe this would be the kind of approach. Okay, well, Lilith, you hold Lilith off and then let the others, because there's a big rating difference between Botsari and
okay.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the other games.
Now everyone's getting very short. I think this is one game. Oh, you're going to like this one. You got Karakan.
Oh yeah.
Ivanchuk
and I can see that the black sliding bar is going heavily in one direction. I like it.
Okay, let's have a look which direction it's going. So
it's going downwards.
Okay, and now Is it fair to say, Ivanka, you are one of the world's leading experts in the Caro-Kann?
No, that's an exaggeration.
Wow.
That's an exaggeration. I just play it a lot.
I mean, you've written some brilliant books on the Open.
Yeah, I've written some stuff on it, but you know, okay, so this is the trendy line, h4, and the h5 is the kind of trendy move. It's very popular to go bishop d3.
I'll just show you something very, very quickly. The idea of this h4 is to trap the bishop, yeah? So if black plays e6 without thinking, you go g4 and you win a piece because the bishop gets trapped. Have you seen this trick in the London system? I know a lot of people say, oh, I hate playing against the London system. What the blooming heck do I play against the London system? And the trick is
h5 trick.
Yeah, because it reminds me of that Tau line. Oh, you know, so it goes d4, d5, bishop f4, the London system, and white normally goes e3 next. So this might be something.
h5.
Yeah, it might be something everyone at home.
I think it was something that Eric Rosen did, and he was laughing about it, how to beat the London system in 2 moves. And I was like, oh, okay. Let's have a look.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, h5, if white plays knight to f3, it's just a bad move. But a lot of players who play the London system, they play their first 10 moves without thinking. So they go e3, and all of a sudden, black can win a piece here. It's insane.
E5.
Yes, you play e5.
E5, I know.
I mean, even though this is still quite decent compensation for white, which is strange, the bishop gets trapped in the same way that, you know, in the Tau variation, it can get trapped. So, for example, pawn takes g5 and it gets trapped like this.
Yeah.
Or if it takes to the bishop, it's sort of similar idea.
Yeah.
And the similar idea is you go f6. My screen's just turned off, so I'll just turn it on. And you trap the bishop the same way. You just play this idea. So it's quite a weird one, yeah?
Yeah.
So
shall we have a look at the games? Because I can just see from the timings that,
of course,
well, it's going down to the crunch time. And of course, you have to remember that Greece need to win. And if they win, then they will manage to take it to an Armageddon match. Can we see 3 Armageddon matches?
Oh, wow. So a little tactic here. Like, oh, wow, that's just a simple move. It's just a pawn, yeah? It's just a pawn. So Armenia have picked up a very important pawn in the center of the board after knight takes e5. If you take back, black can take on e2 and obviously just take here. So it doesn't work so well. Black should be winning then this one, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a pawn up for nothing.
So it's looking good for Armenia on board 6. Okay, so let's have a look at some other games. So we've already had 1 draw on board 4.
Back to Iranian, maybe?
Oh.
He's done something cheeky here. So queen d2, he kept the queens on, and it looked like everything was okay, but he's managing to complicate him. He's won a pawn around this point. And look at that d pawn. Why did black let that d pawn go? This move, rook b6, looks like a really big error.
Yeah.
Because suddenly the d pawn starts rolling down the board. Okay, you win that pawn, but now you're in a horrible situation. You can't even defend it because the rook takes f7.
No, rook f8, rook takes f7, and
it's queening, yeah.
That's it. You queen.
So bishop takes a3 played. And we get this kind of weird position around about here.
And it's like white has set up a mating net, right? Because you've got f6 in the air and then rook h7. Checkmate.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, f6, rook h8 has to be played, yeah? Because this is trying to cover
Hang on a
that one.
second. Is there something like rook f6? I was just going to point out. Rook f6, win the bishop, and that's it. Game over. So, okay. So, Levon Aronian playing some very smooth chess. Quite impressive how he defeats.
It is. These players. Okay, so moving on to another one. And this was kind of heating up now. The isolated pawn position. Not much has really changed here since last time. Except
the time.
The time.
Yeah, the time. One player is playing with less than a minute, and the other one is 1 minute and a half. So here's where it gets random. I mean,
yeah, knight to d7, and black trying to swap off some pieces now and get that pressure against d4. So white coming back with rook to c1, and still a lot of tension in this position. It could go to the time. I mean, everyone's getting very short time. This one is the lowest that we can see, but one player with only 10 seconds left. Oh dear.
Oh,
This
dear.
one looked like it was over anyway. White in a real, well, White's completely lost. Exchange down with a bad position.
Right, exchange down, 10 seconds. Everything going wrong, yeah.
This Sargsyan game, Stelios versus Gabriel Sargsyan, also getting very short of time. And Black seems to have been making pretty decent progress here. 2 bishops. White's a pawn up, but White is
Just look at the
passive.
harmony. I mean, look at Black's harmony. The bishops are working beautifully. Just ignore the fact that you pawn down.
Yeah.
Just have to get over that minor detail, and then all is good. Like rook b2, rook d2. I love it. And then, of course, you got bishop. I was just going to say bishop b6, pin.
Pinning the knight. Yeah.
Pin. Yeah.
I mean, can you even? I mean, I guess you can always go back to c8, but you'd like to go forwards, wouldn't you? If you could, you'd like to put the bishop on this square. But maybe that.
I wonder whether there's any kind of thing like bishop takes. Okay, but maybe that it's not necessary to do these things. But also the knight is looking a bit. How many squares does that knight have on c5? Not too many, right?
Not many. I mean, can you force a draw here? I'm not saying Gabriel wants to force a draw, but if the match situation, now Armenia are 2 points up because that other game is lost, so they got 2 wins. And I think if you go bishop takes h3 and take on c5, this may force a draw, or it might even give you winning chances.
You might even win. Hang on, wait. Can we intercept and go rook d2, bring a new piece into the attack? So you have that. That's very good. But I'm just thinking, can I just do this? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, very dangerous here. Very, very dangerous position. I mean, I suppose I can try hanging on bishop f2.
Yeah,
but
I mean, there's also the issue is that maybe I can go queen takes h3 check, queen g4 check, and then queen h5 check. Just try to win this loose bishop on c5.
Yeah, okay, he didn't do that, Ivanchuk. He actually simply took on c5 and now played bishop e2, rook e1, rook d2. So this is also a very nice way to play where he's just trying to keep complete domination. And the idea is just to try to get all the black pieces near the white king. It looks horrible for black. For white. It's good for black.
Good for black,
yeah. So there was an interesting sacrifice here, but Sargsyan's quite a, no need to risk it when you've got a good position is the other thing. You've got a good position. Do you need to sacrifice? Well, you can do, but it's risky. This is a very simple way to play.
Right. I mean, this is the thing. You don't have to be a genius to win this game. Meanwhile, against with bishop takes h3, you have to make some good moves, and you have to find those good moves. This way, pretty straightforward, pretty easy.
It should be, yeah. I mean, it's still a bit of work to do, but black must be better here. And I think all the score now is 2.5 half to Armenia. So if Armenia get 1 win out of the last 3 boards, any win anywhere, they're going to go through to the next round. And Armenia will then get a chance to play against India, which will be a very interesting, exciting match. Another game we will dive to is this one in the Trompovsky. The pieces are going very quickly now. Everyone's moving at speedy times, but White has a minute and something time advantage here in this position. Probably, White's a pawn up, but Black has better activity, yeah? So
Black has an active rook, and if there's ever anything that's going to cause nuisance to White, is that rook on b2. So White is a pawn up, and still some questions. I'm not really sure whether I could say White it will be an easy win or be easy draw. I think there's a lot of play still left on it. I can see mistakes happening.
Look at the time situation.
Again, what's worrying actually is there's a time difference. You have 1 minute against 8 seconds. And it takes a strong person to kind of go, okay, remember, you get 5 seconds added per move, because you're not thinking like that when you're playing online chess. You're just thinking move.
Yes, I mean, it's looking very good for Armenia. I mean, they're not really in any trouble in any boards.
No.
By the way, now they only need a draw, because this one here, well, actually, Sargsyan only drew that one, so which is maybe enough to go through. And someone in the chat's actually asking, rook b1 is a major blunder, but maybe not because of, okay, this is all right, and now rook takes c2. But is there a better move? What did we miss here? There must be some crafty win that
I think
black
isn't there
has.
something like bishop f3 or something?
Bishop f3, maybe, but is bishop... Okay, let's have a look. Bishop f3.
You can see the white slider going up. So the only thing I can see, I
Yeah.
don't see analysis, but the white slider tells me.
Yes.
So
maybe you can transfer over to g3 with the queen, something like queen g3, and now bishop f3.
And now bishop f3, yeah.
This could have been winning for Sarkisian. Too many black pieces around the white king now, yeah? And I don't think you can stop bishop f3, and that's just going to destroy the structure. I'll just put it on the board. E5, bishop f3, and...
Bishop f1 as well. I mean, could you even be mean?
Oh, a little show-off move there, bishop f1. I like that. I'd probably have to play that one as well. So that would have won the game, but the score at the moment, it's 3-1. So, oh, hang a minute. We have another result here. And, okay, so there's still some chance for Greece. Oh, no, because what if it's a draw match, they still go through, don't they? We just remembered Armenia still go through. Yeah.
That's true. So is it 3-1 now? So they've already gone through?
It's 3-2, I think. So the score.
3-2. Okay, so that's
3-2.
so we have our next quarterfinalist.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, Armenia are through to the next round. Because remember, they draw this match. They won the first round, so they got 1.5 out 2. And that is, of course, if the Armenian player, does end up losing this game, which
it's a bit unlikely.
Is unlikely, yeah. Pawn on f7, very, very strong. Yeah. Okay. So it's the last game going on. You might as well stick with this one.
Yeah. Let's follow it through, because I love the time control, like 27 seconds against 5. Oh. And rook takes a4.
I've in the balance this one. Now black's got a big A pawn.
Just okay, knights are crafty pieces. Knight d5 threat, and then you also got knight b6. Oh, how are you going to answer that?
Oh, he's going for the draw.
Okay, it will be an easy draw.
This will be an easy draw. Opposite coloured bishop.
Yeah, that's it.
And it
will be a draw.
A draw's been offered and it's been accepted. There we go. Nice. Good.
So what was the final score in the end? 4-2?
I think 4-2, yeah. No. I mean, I can't count at the moment. So we had a draw there, 1.21. And then it is 2-all. So 2.5, 3.5, 2.5. Am I counting right? Armenia won.
Armenia won. Okay, doesn't matter. Armenia are through. They're going to play India in the next quarterfinals. So yeah, quite a smooth performance, I would say, from Armenia. They never looked like they were in any trouble at all.
No, they're big favourites.
Rula, who won both her games against Danielian.
Yeah, she was the star for the Greece team, definitely. It was a big ask to ask Greece to beat the mighty Armenia. I think, when did Armenia have won the Olympiad over the board on many occasions as well? I can't remember the last time, but it was quite recent. So they're a very strong nation. Get the chance to play India. Ivanka, we are going to try now to get Levon onto interview now for a little bit. So that's obviously worth staying on for everyone. We're gonna hopefully get Aronian for some questions about about this match. So we are setting that up now. There's one more match later on as well. We've had 3 matches over. The last match of the day is Bulgaria versus Poland, and on paper that's one of the closest ones. So I would not be surprised if we get another Armageddon there. Bulgaria, Poland is, I think, around about 6 o'clock-ish English time. It'll be going on. So yeah.
6 p.m. I think, 7 p.m. for the European time. So that was Poland against Bulgaria, I think, is too close to call. I mean, both teams are very incredibly strong. Bulgaria, of course, put in an amazing performance in the top division. They came second behind Russia. and very strong, powerful performance. I know this because they beat England 5-1. It's like they cast a magic spell and we all played badly. I mean, that was the thing with the English team. When we played badly, we all played badly, and we
So you
lost.
do it in unison, which is good. You have that team spirit, you know. If you're
you kind of need people to kind of cover each other. You know, you need someone to play badly in one game, and then everyone goes, "That's cool, we'll fix it," and then. Because I remember once there was, I think it was America, they nearly won a medal by just doing it. None of the team members had this amazing score, but they all won in the critical moments.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it? These things that happen. And well, it's a great honour to have Levin Aronian join us now after his 2-0 victory, propelling Armenia to another storming performance. So well done, Levin. And
Thank you.
how did you think about your games today? Were you happy with them?
I thought from practical point of view, I was playing okay. From objectively, not my best moves, but at least I was. I think when you're playing a team tournament, especially that we're favorites on, I think, almost every board, I thought that it's just important to make sure that I played safe, not to take unnecessary risks, and just press on time. So I think I managed to do what I wanted.
It seemed pretty smooth, to be honest, from my amateurish eye. How do you find the time limit here? Is it kind of easy to adjust? Because it's quite a strange time limit. I know Ivanchuk mentioned when she was playing for England, it came across. It's quite a weird time limit, I'd say.
You know, we've been talking about it once. I remember with Vichy, and he was naming all these time controls that he played with. I mean, even for myself, I think I already played at least 20 different time controls. For him, it's even more.
You're used to all the time control. You've played everything now. You can any time control. You're used to it now, yeah.
So. Yeah. And I guess you know it makes us special sports people. You don't have many guys who run the marathon and 100 meters. So
that's true. It'd be interesting to see Usain Bolt try that. Yeah. So yeah, I think you have India in the next round, who are obviously an incredibly strong team, and you know it's going to be a close match. But what are your feelings about that match?
I'm not sure if they are the favorites in the match, but of course. Maybe I mean they have more preparation, I guess, but they play more on internet. That's what I'm guessing, because traveling from India is normally difficult. So for tournaments, but yeah, I guess it's going to be an interesting match. I'm very excited because we could face some teams that we don't want to face too early, like China. Although to my great surprise, I found out that they were eliminated.
That's right.
That's right. Today, in an Armageddon match. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great.
Generally,
great
I think India is a good team to beat. Is a team that we can beat.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lev, you've won the Olympiad before, yeah? You've been in the winning team for Armenia, and it must be quite a special feeling to represent your country, get together. I know chess is very big over in Armenia. Was that one of the wins you can sort of remember the most from your career, winning the title for Armenia?
Yeah, it's very special. It's a different feeling. For example, for you guys, you're from England, a very successful and big country that ruled the world and continues to do so in many ways. We're a tiny country. We don't have many things to be proud of. And it brings me great pleasure to be a part of something that actually, as an Armenian, makes me proud, which is our legacy in chess and which is our team play and our results.
And what is the atmosphere like in the Armenian team? Because I know obviously you're very famous for having such a great team spirit, but in an online Olympiad, is that any different?
In an online Olympiad, it's difficult to have the team feel, of course, because, and after all, those are 10-minute games.
Yeah.
Can't really suggest something to your teammate that he would play and waste a great novelty, because you want to have it for the classical events.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to be a little bit careful. So
Yeah.
not to play too well, but well enough. I wish I had that problem, but anyway, look, it's been great that you've joined us here for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
Wish you
Always a
best.
pleasure to talk to you.
Brilliant. Best of luck for the future, and hopefully see you again soon in the flesh.
Good luck.
Good
Thank
luck.
you, guys.